We are live today for day one of the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit, where we're transforming from solopreneur to CEO with mindset, leadership mindset, scalable offers, dream teams, and smart AI systems so we can grow your impact, reclaim your time, and thrive in your zone of genius. We have a few more people coming in as we speak, but I just wanted to welcome everyone and thank you so much for being here today. We will be live from now until 3 p.m. Central. We have many amazing speakers. I wanted to welcome my first speaker in a second, but first I wanted to say why I created the summit. I've been an entrepreneur for 2 decades now. My oldest is 19. That's how I'm counting. When a year before she was born, I started a side hustle, worked in corporate, and eventually, after she was born, transitioned into being a full-time entrepreneur. And two professions for the last 7 years. First, I was a newborn and family photographer. For the past 7 years, I've been a strategist to scale your business and sell out your offers with virtual summits and events. And it's been a fun ride, right? But if you're an entrepreneur, you know this fun ride can also come with some overwhelm and some growing pains. So that's why I created the summit to have these fabulous, amazing speakers help us transform from an employee of our business, one who, 24/7 without paid time off, and the one that runs the business. If my business is on, I have to be on, to more of a role of a CEO of our own business where we can scale without the burnout so that we can stay in our zone of genius more and reclaim our time. And we have many fabulous speakers talking on leadership mindsets and strategies and teams and smart AI systems for the next today and for the next 2 more days. And I'm hoping that whoever resonates with you most, you're really taking it to heart and scale with us. So I'm inviting you to put comments in the chat so that our speakers know what's resonating with you. I'm inviting you to come on camera. I'm inviting you to participate in the chat as much as you would like, as much as you can, so that we know what's working, so that we know what's resonating, and our speakers are get feedback. So thank you again for joining us today. And I invited Alma because she's the founder of Brainworx. It's a groundbreaking program that helps individuals of all ages, including entrepreneurs, rewire their brain through intentional movement and calming practices. Alma guides entrepreneurs, but also families and educators and professionals to create lasting change, gently, lovingly, and affectionately. And I can ask Alma more, like what sparked her passion. But I first met Alma on another summit where she was for AI and also for ADHD entrepreneurs, where she helped us really focus. It was such an amazing session that I wanted to have her on in my summit, where she was able to guide us through exercises that prepped me, at least, and I know everyone else too, into focus mode so that I could retain what we're learning here at the summit and be able to implement when we're done. Because I don't want this to be just another event where you come in, you learn some things, you leave, and that was great, and you move on with your life as is. So this is why I invited Alma. Please, Alma, tell us like, why are you so passionate about this? Tell us how you help entrepreneurs.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Oh my goodness. Thank you for inviting me because I'm blown away with life and how we think that we're going to go one way and that's like, no, you're going this way. Oh, okay. But this way has been magical for me. It's been absolutely extraordinary. I really wanted to be a computer programmer in my early years. I'm like, I don't want to talk to people. They're too complicated. So can you relate? No, I ended up having two kiddos with very big challenges, neurological challenges that both of them didn't speak until after 6 years old. I'm not going to go too far into that story because what that journey took me on was this extraordinary journey to figure out what to do with these two little beautiful individuals that Two doctors said I should consider putting my eldest in an institution. Now, this is the 90s. There was no Google, there was no internet. That was hard, and I couldn't do that. So that's where this journey has brought me to figuring out how does the brain work and what can we do to change. And I love knowing, oh gosh, I wish I would have known what I know, half of what I know then, because there's so much we can do. Our brain is plastic and it allows us to be able to mold it and change it. But as I was hearing you, the words that you don't hear a lot in business is gently and a little at a time. Oh God, no, come on, let's go, let's hurry up. And entrepreneurs, we have a very beautiful brain, magnificent, but we also are very, we have some challenges that then will not allow us to get certain things done. And so then we have these amazing ideas. Can anybody relate? You have amazing ideas, and then at the end of the day, it's like, wait a minute, what I was supposed to do XYZ and I didn't get any of that done, or little, or some of it, but not very much. Can anybody relate? There's a lot that can be done. Yeah, because what happens is we all are working at our max. And so can we then help our nervous system get into a better state so that we can have more access to our brilliant part more of the day? As many times what happens is we utilize all our energy, but in areas where we can't prioritize. And so then at the end of the day, we're maxed and we didn't get very much done. So what I've learned through my journey is that these little tiny movements, little tiny moments, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. I'm going to do one with you that it will take maybe about, let's say 3 minutes as I'm explaining it to you. But it's one of my absolute favorite ones because as an entrepreneur, you want to be able to put your creations to work. And yet, what's the one driving force that we really have? This is me. What I have figured out is I need to lead with my heart. Yes, it's business, but if I'm not in unison with my heart, it's harder. So then why don't we actually even start for a moment? Why don't we start with that movement that will connect us to our heart, and it will set an intention, because you have a lot of beautiful topics you're going to cover, a lot of beautiful speak that will be on with you. And so I want to just give everyone one of my favorite movements that has made a huge difference. And it really, most of the time, it takes me about a minute to do. So I'm going to have everybody go ahead and just put your hands on your heart. Oh, I got to tilt it a little bit more. Okay, put your hands on your heart. Like, oh, I love that you can do this with me, Justyna, because I can't see anybody else, but just your hands like that. Okay. And I want you to feel what your heart feels like at this very moment. Like, it is mind-boggling to me that as I touch my heart, as I feel how it's beating, from the moment that I came into this world, that we came into this world before we were born, this heart has been beating nonstop, day and night. Wow, what magnificence. And so I just pause because that allows me to come into center. That allows me to come into this moment. And I always set an intention. This is an intention with a movement is one of the most powerful combinations that I found. Find movements that resonate with you. I just find movements that then will allow me to organize my brain, my body, and connect to where I'm going. So here we go. We'll do it really quickly. So take a breath. And our intention is I am present and hear what I need to hear from me. And so that's our intention. What you're going to do is you're going to gently press on your heart and exhale through your mouth. And we're going to do a couple breaths. I am present and hear what I need to hear from me. So take a breath and hug your heart. I say hug your heart, but it's like just put a little bit of pressure on your heart. And if that's all you had time for, feel that, Justyna. Did that just in these little few seconds shift even just a tiny bit? It sure did for me too. And so what happens is that my hands are on both sides. My hand is, okay, this side controls this side of my body and vice versa. So my hands are actually on both sides, which then are unifying my left and right side of my brain. And as I push on my heart, it turns on these little receptors all over the joints that we have. As we press on it, I can feel it in my shoulders, in my elbows, in my back. That sends a message to my brain saying, hey, there I am. So guess what? Then I can be more present in the moment. So this tiny little movement, and there's so many of them that are micro movements that if you do before you get up, or I actually do it before I get up, on in my bed, I just put my hands on my heart. And what do I want more of today? What do I need? What intention? And depending on your belief system, you could even do like a little prayer and take a breath and exhale through your mouth. And there's a lot that goes on, and just for the sake of time, I'm going to pause on expanding more on that little movement, but that's what I'm talking about. I just wanted to give everybody a little glimpse of what does that little movement look like? Micro movements. It's so much more powerful to do micro movements than to do huge movements for longer period of times. Our brain doesn't work that way. If we There's a lot of research now on microdosing. Well, micro movements are, I had not said it that way, but it's really true. It's like the growth that I've seen more and more are when we do a little at a time consistently. And our brain loves that because when we do a lot, our brain goes, it gets a little weirded. It gets crazy. It goes, oh no, this is too much. I can't do it. And so then we're so smart, we start to say, oh, I don't have time for that. Oh, we make up all these kinds of excuses. No, that just, whatever it is. What it is that your brain is brilliant and it needs to have some space. So it goes, no, I don't have time for that. No, your brain is telling us, our brain tells us, no, I need time to process. I need time to assimilate. But we don't know that. So we just think that we got to keep going over and over, like just get going, hurry up, push. And the reality is, no, that's not how we learn. That's not how we grow. It's a little at a time. If we look at a plant, how does a plant grow? Does it just like come up from the earth and then it goes, ta-da? No, it goes a little at a time. And it grows. And that's exactly how I have experienced that when we're more consistent, when we're more mindful of what it is that we are going towards, and we set intentions. Again, intentions are, there's a lot of research on intentions. Intentions and movement. For me, I wish I would have known it from the very beginning, because that's made such a big difference. So, how do these little micro movements make a difference in as with your team, with as you're leading? I guess if you want to be coherent, if you want to be composed, if you want to be precise, if you want to be kind and loving to your team and to the family around you, that's how it makes a difference. Because if you practice a little at a time, they become part of you. And these then access the best part of you. And I did not realize that I sent it in I had to change my bio. I sent it to Justyna because I didn't realize how, even now, how powerful these little movements are until last December. I had an aneurysm. It was bad aneurysm too, that when I first got to the hospital, I don't remember any of that. I was unconscious. But the doctors kept telling my husband, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. And my husband's like, why were they telling me that? I'm like, what? They sedated me for 2 days. And then I was in ICU for 21 days in December. So this has been 7 months ago. I am so grateful, so thankful that I had been doing these little movements because I attribute a huge amount of my recovery to the work that I've done. So in a way, I joke around. I say, "Oh my goodness, I think the work that I did with my children and with my clients saved my life." Because what ended up happening is these movements that I'm talking about, there were some of them that I did even in an unconscious state when I was sedated. and my husband took some pictures of it that I'm like, I mean, I know in theory certain things, but to live it, it's a whole different thing. And so as I was doing these movements, the doctors didn't know I was doing these movements, but like after I came back, one of the doctors came in and is like, we're gonna go ahead and remove, look, my hair is growing, but it's still little. Because they shaved that part, they put a coil. And one of the doctors came in and he's like, we're gonna go ahead and remove the coil. We're not so sure why, but your brain is recovering. We can't figure out why. Your brain is recovering really fast. And my husband took his cell phone out and he went to our website, to Brainworx website, and he goes, do you think this is a possibility that it might be it? And so she looked at it, she's like, this is what you do? Yes. He's like, oh, that makes sense. And the neurosurgeon also reaffirmed, she's like, oh no, there's absolutely, or this is one of the reasons why your brain is recovering quickly. And so I can't say enough about these little micro movements because it allows us to really be more of who we are a little at a time. And if we understand that, if we go, like we change little habits, there's a lot of research on, I forget his name, the name of that book, but it's like he's talking about micro changes. I don't know what they are, but that really is the way that the brain goes, oh, it's having fun. It's doing something that doesn't feel so taxing. And then guess what? Then we have access to those changes. So whenever, as an entrepreneur, whenever I have a situation with my team that requires me to be really present, that it can have a negative effect if I'm not my best, I will never go into a meeting without doing an intention and a movement. Sometimes several movements, but depending. But then it allows me to just look at the bigger picture, not just the little details that are in front of me that I want to change now. That's not working. We got to change that. Yeah, how, Alma? Let's figure out how can we have a conversation that is not fiery, I'm going to say, that we can all be in accordance. So this is a piece that I would recommend big time. One, because I do it. Two, because that really is what we need to do for our nervous system. Whenever we get triggered, I like snag personally. Whenever we get snagged, we've had hoodies and backpacks that you're walking along and then you get snagged. That's what my body feels like. It tightens, it gets snagged when I get triggered, when something comes up. Let me tell you one thing that I found very, very fascinating is that we think our brain is the one that is leading and is guiding us, right? Our conscious brain is the last one to know what's going on. What? I was like, that sounds ridiculous. Like, it's my brain that's on. No, we actually have our heart. In our heart, we have 40,000 very specialized neurons. And so our heart and our gut brain, we have a gut brain, our heart brain, and our brain. And honestly, it was mind-blowing how our brain is the last one to really know what's going on. So these little micro movements settle my nervous system so that then more and more I'm able to be my best the most of the time, the majority of the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's an amazing. I didn't know you had an aneurysm, and I cannot believe that you recovered so well, and your work helped with that. So I'm just like speech. I'm so glad you're well. And yes, I'll be honest, I'll be vulnerable. I was nervous entire morning. Okay, I am not a person to go on camera. I'm like, what did I do to myself? I have to be on for 3 days. No, this is not ready. This is not ready. And I had nervousness, like a lot. My whole body was nervous. There was a lot of symptoms. It wasn't just my mind. My whole body was nervous. And yes, I even tried some breathing and techniques, but I was amazed. You just had me grounded in one sentence. That's amazing. Tell us again, what were we telling ourselves when we put our hands on our heart?
I'm present and I hear what I need to hear for me. Now, I'm going to
Uh,
do a different one for you.
okay.
One of my favorite, I'll give you one of my favorite ones because
Okay.
absolutely, did you know that when I was in school and in college, I would beg my professors, I will do an additional report, whatever it takes. Don't put me in front of the class. It's a 5 minute oral report. I don't care. My heart is gonna come out. I did not, and I worked really hard at not getting in front of people. So I get it. But the beautiful thing again is like when we understand what our gifts are, and as entrepreneurs, we have great ideas. And so one of my intentions that I have like in my back pocket a huge amount of the time, which is the one that I did right before your camera came on, was I show up, I do my best, and I release the rest. I show up. And so I usually just do it with my connect to my heart and just having that willingness to show up for me, for my team, for the world, for my community. I just show up and I do my best and I release the rest. Now, what is the best? Many times I'm working with this absolutely extraordinary entrepreneur that I just started with her, and she is like she's super fit. She's been having some challenges with her heart lately that she at 57 had to get a pacemaker. Alma, you have no idea how much I've invested in my heart, in my health. How is my body betraying me? Like, there's a lot in that because, again, when we push ourselves so much, there's something that is going to give. For her, it was her heart. For others, it could be anything, but most of us were really taught pedal to the metal, hurry up, get it done. Are you there yet? And we will applaud you if once you accomplish it. I've completely shifted to, you know what, I do my best and truly release the rest. And my best, what I was sharing with her too, is your best. Sometimes we think it's, oh, I did this, and that is my best. I expect myself to hit that every single time. Heck no. I was going to say something else. Heck no. You know, every day, our nervous system, our biology, our physiology, our where we have different things going on. So our best is different. And so if we can work at being more kind to ourselves and knowing that I am doing my best. But for sure, it was very challenging. I have to tell you that after I came home after 21 days in ICU, I was like, okay, oh gosh, my best at that point was doing maybe about 10% of what I normally did. And it has so slowly increased, so slowly, because my brain and my body, as I've worked at connecting to my nervous system, connected to my body, and doing my very best at listening, not just listening to it, but doing something for it. It was challenging for a while that it was like, oh my gosh, this is so slow. Yes, but this is where you're at.
I love the part where you say release the right because
At
there's
least the rest.
only we get to do our best. Really, that's all we can do. We can't control anyone else. We can't control external circumstances. Stuff happens as
Absolutely.
and all we can do is from there. So I know that we have 3-day replay as well. So for anyone watching live now and for anyone watching the replay, can you tell us about your free gift and your special offer?
Yes. So there is a recorded video on learning at what happens in our brain in development. And then there's three more movements that I teach in that workshop. So it's actually a workshop that I did for entrepreneurs not too long ago. And then there's an offer where if you want to explore how to work with me, there's a link that Robin will send in Justine that you can just set up a time. We can have a conversation about what is it where you're at and is it a fit to explore and how. There's all kinds of different things that I do so we can explore and see how we can work together or just have that time to you can ask me any questions you have.
That's wonderful. And who is your ideal client? Who is a person that you normally attract that you produce results for?
Anybody that is an open has an open mind and that is excited to really I love the name of your summit, the next level, because I really that's a huge amount of what I do. I help people get to their where they're at to the next level. And a huge amount has to do with changing our beliefs. That's been my bad. That's changing our beliefs and lifting up that ceiling to how we see ourselves is my favorite. And so entrepreneurs, CEOs have been my favorite people to work with because they're already like in go mode. And I'm like, let's tweak this here. And changing this belief system about yourself, it just it is extraordinary.
Wow. Wonderful. So we have for everyone watching live, we have free gift and the call with Alma in the chat. For anyone watching replay, we'll have it available next to Alma's video. So be sure to check it out because she has produced amazing results and I'm already feeling better and less nervous. And this is exactly why I wanted you on first because and I love it that it's not like a long thing, right? You didn't come here for an hour and a bunch of exercises and do that. It's literally in the moment. So like you said, micro movements. So I appreciate you. And Alma is a co-founder of Brainworx. So you can check out her website and they do a lot of great things for neurodivergent entrepreneurs, neurodivergence, and thank you so much for being here from the bottom of my heart and making me feel better. But hopefully, if you guys felt that too, please put some big applause what resonated for you in
Uh,
the chat with Alma. And I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
you. Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so
joining
much.
us
And
today.
truly, like you're doing an amazing job at bringing in information and people together to help themselves and help our little sweet world be a little better. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you. All righty. We're just starting. We're just starting with day one of the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. We have today till 3 p.m. CST, so please stick around. We have tomorrow and we have Thursday as well. And it was my birthday yesterday. I didn't announce it because it's no big deal. I had a good time, but I will be giving a one VIP ticket away today, a value of 97. You can still get it today for 47 until the summit ends. If you decide to join after the summit, it's 97. So I wanted to reward anyone who's commenting. So most active person, my tech support, Christy, is here. She will be watching. If you're active and you're making comments in the chat, we will draw one lucky winner of the VIP of Next Level. And it's not just replay. There's a bunch of goodies here. She dropped a link in here if you want to check it out, what's included. But replay is definitely great. And it's not just video replay, it's audio also. So if you're an on-the-go entrepreneur, you can listen to it too. And thank you again, Alma. And I wanted to welcome our next guest, Cassandra Bourne. Dun, dun, big applause. She's one of my favorite people. Hi. She's just so much fun. And Cassandra is presenting today on cash flow injection. And Cassandra is a business architect and a strategic leadership advisor with over 15 years of experience. And she helps business leaders scale their business rapidly. Because let me tell you, you can have a lot of revenue, but if you don't have cash flow, it's really challenging. A lot of actually most businesses fail because they don't have cash flow. So this is why I wanted Cassandra on here for you today because it's the founder of Bourne Business Mastery Hub. She specializes in guiding her clients with financial breakthroughs. So taking them from plateau to building sustainable revenue streams. And she has a cash injection program. She can tell you about it herself. But this is what she did for me. So she took my business and just answered a few questions. And then she came up with these brilliant ideas how I can have cash flow in my business in a matter of days. And of course, there was a longer plan as well. And honestly, I've been a business entrepreneur for a long time. I have not thought of like I was just writing on, oh, this is a good idea. Why haven't I thought of that? Why haven't I thought of that? Cassandra, please tell us more. Why do you do this? Why are you passionate about it? And how come you're so good at this?
Oh, why am I passionate about it? Because everybody needs help. We all need help. And sometimes we can't see the forest for the tree. Sometimes we're so in it, and there's a lot of fear. that we have. Many entrepreneurs, they're struggling to create business momentum that they know that they're capable of, but they need the clarity and the confidence to scale with purpose, right? Like they're working so hard, but they're not seeing that financial returns, or maybe like they think they're doing everything right, but nothing's clicking. And I totally get them because I've been there too. I know what it feels like to pour your whole heart and your soul into your business and still wonder, why isn't this money flowing? It's frustrating. It feels unfair. It can make you question everything. So I like to create a bridge for people to cross over from uncertainty into clarity, from feeling stuck and overwhelmed to confident and empowered. And so the cash injection strategies that I teach are not just about fast revenue. They're about creating that shift in your mindset, in our self-worth, and in our business systems that allows us to step into our next level with more ease so that they can sell confidently without feeling pushy or salesy. Because let's be honest, most entrepreneurs I work with, like they struggle with sales, right? Not because they don't know how to serve, but because they're not comfortable with selling. So I show them how to step into their leadership, to understand their worth, to offer value that feels aligned with who they are. And in terms of like, why am I so good at this? Honestly, I think it's because of my history of being a professional opera singer. I really believe that's the reason why I am so good at this. It is like breathing for me. It's real joy, because I think I've spent a lifetime in analysis. It's always analyzing the inhalation of the breath, how your body is responding to that, what is your intention, what kind of vowels are you going to shape, what do you have to do to make it happen in order to achieve what it is that you're looking for, what do you have to do? So I'm able to see things in a way that just comes real easy for me. So I love that. I hear people's stories, I hear about their businesses, and I just see where there's lost potential of where they could create that breakthrough. And sometimes even just like talking to them, I hear that they're drained, they're disillusioned, they've been working endlessly without those results that you know that they deserve. So if someone is stuck, or if they've been working so many hours on their business, but the cash flow just doesn't match that effort, I see these people, I understand. And like, I really want to help them break through those mental barriers that are holding them back. And I've worked with so many people who are so close to making it. They're just trapped in their own heads. And they're wondering why things aren't moving or why the success they're looking for feels so far away. And it's really not your fault. It's simply that the right strategies haven't been in place. And they can create those quick wins, but also sustainable growth for their business. So that's why I do what I do, just to help, to serve. I love it.
That's great. I'm sure you're a lot of help. I know firsthand that you're very high in demand in what you do, and you're really good at it, like really amazingly. And tell me about a case, someone that you maybe work with that they came in and maybe they were struggling with something, and how were you able to help them to achieve the cash flow and the whole strategy?
I can give you an example of one gentleman who came in. He was just ready to quit everything. He just wanted to quit everything. He was frustrated, fed up, felt like he was not making a penny. He was just really ready to quit everything. And so like a really great, passionate and compassionate heart for people, right? So I saw the struggling, very empathetic, but at the same time, I will give you tough love and I will be brutally honest with you. So I was with him. And so I gave him I analyzed his business and I gave him some strategies to do. And I said, you've got to be like fully committed. That's what it is, guys. You got to be 100% committed, all in. You've got to really just, no matter how you're feeling, because you know what? Money doesn't care how we feel. It doesn't care about the emotions that we're going through. If we're scared about something, scared to make an offer, don't know what to say, afraid to get on camera, all these things, like money doesn't care. Our bank accounts don't care. The mortgage still has to get paid. It doesn't care how you feel. I had talked to him about what he needs to do. I gave him a strategy it was like a 30-day strategy. And by the 14th day, no kidding, by the 14th day, and he's in Denmark, by the way. So by the 14th day, he had been doing all the things that I had told him to do So he was doing some stuff online. He was reaching out. He was doing all the things with the various strategies. By the 14th day, he was able to go from nothing to selling 3 $5,000 offers. So he made $15,000 in those 14 days. Okay. In addition, he decided to raise his prices to $8,500 for his product instead of $5,000. And because he was doing all of the things that I told him to do, he actually came to the attention of the Denmark Tony Robbins, and that guy saw him, saw what he did, and said, I need you to come to Thailand. I'm going to fly you to Thailand. I need you to photograph and videotape my event that he was having, a big mastermind live in Thailand. This guy got to go. Not only did he get to go and get paid, he got paid to do it, but every single entrepreneur there, this head guy, offered him the ability to do the same for every single person there. So every single entrepreneur who was at his summit or his mastermind or whatever it was, he said, everybody use this guy because he's amazing. So he got like a lot of work out of it, and he also got to participate. So it was amazing for him. So you just never know what could be right around the corner, right when you're ready to quit. Like, you could just be a moment. You just need a little tweak here and there, and you just get to do the work, and that's it.
Wow, that's amazing. 5,003 in what, 14 days, 3 offers, and then all of a sudden, like a viral sensation almost, right? Something that people just only dream of to grow that fast,
Yes.
explosively.
And in fact, now, like, even though he's still doing that as part of his job, it opened him up from our conversations, because trust me, it wasn't the first time he wanted to quit. There were several conversations that we had to have. Like, I had to re-enroll his attitude several times, right? Over the course of like a month, right? Because sometimes we need a little bit of extra love. We need someone to hold through our stuff. Like, we're not just going to have one conversation and think it's going to fix everything. And so it opened up his heart and allowed him to really examine what he's even more passionate about. So now he's actually going all in on another company as well that he's created with his girlfriend.
Wow. And that's a good, I mean, who here in the room has not ever felt, oh my gosh, maybe I should just pack my things up and do something else, right? Corporate, or go back to corporate, or whatever else you were doing or changing. Entrepreneurship journey can be difficult, can be challenging. It's ups and downs, right? Especially starting out, but not even starting out. I think scaling is also difficult, right? A lot of people hit the plateau and they're like, okay, like this is as good as it gets. I'm not quite there yet, right? So I love that. A lot of coaches have a year program, which is fine. Everything is great, right? You have a good long-term strategy, but what I love about you is that you really do a cash injection. You really go in there and here's what you can do, and you have amazing ideas. Are you willing to take, I know, so originally we were planning on doing a hot seat session and have someone pre-fill out forms, and we haven't had those. So are you willing to to see if someone in the audience wants to come up and talk to them, or do you want?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have some things planned, right? I have some things planned that I'd like to talk to you guys about. And I've got some like cash injection strategies that everybody can do. And then within we can get some movement going. So hopefully people are listening and are ready to participate. Hey, it would really help me if you guys would come on camera.
Yes, that would
for
be
my
great.
segment, at least that way I can communicate with you, and then maybe I can pull you up and work with you a little bit as well. So if you can, please try to do that. But let's get started with some of the strategies that I know that I can help you with. Does that sound good?
Yes, that sounds really good. And make sure you tell everyone how they can connect with you towards the end. Don't forget to mention your offers, because you just do such amazing stuff. I want people to be able to connect with you.
Thank you. I will for sure. Okay, so listen, everybody gets to have props for showing up today. This is so powerful because you've really decided to take action, and that's what's going to make the difference in your life, in your business, and what you're going to be doing. Like, I know many of you have been working very hard in your businesses. You're pouring your heart into them, but maybe you're still thinking, where's the money? Why am I not seeing the results? So I get it. I've been there too. This frustration, feeling like you're giving everything, but you're not seeing those financial rewards, can really mess with your head. But here's the truth. You are not alone. And this moment today could actually be a turning point for you. So I'm going to share some cash injection strategies that's going to make a real impact on your business. And there are strategies that you can implement right now, today. So this is where we're going to flip the switch. You don't need any more time to succeed. What you need is a clear strategy and that confidence to execute. So type yes in the chat if you're ready to step up to your next level and create immediate wins today. Let's go, let's go. Okay, so first thing, you want to craft an irresistible offer that sells itself. So people say this irresistible offer all the time, right? But let's dive into the foundation of everything, your offer. I want you to think about this for a second. What if your offer could be so irresistible, so perfectly aligned with your client's deepest needs that they say, take my money without hesitation, right? Here's where confidence comes in. When you own your offer, you're not just offering a service, you're offering a transformation. And guess what? Transformation is priceless. But here's the mindset shift. You need to stop selling your time. Stop thinking I'm charging for my hours. Instead, you need to sell the outcome. You are selling the future that your clients are going to have with your help. That's the shift. You're worth it. Your valuable offer is valuable. If you believe in that, your potential clients will believe in it too. So I often say you got to enroll yourself first. So you've got to claim it right now. Believe in yourself. I want you to know that I'm the solution. You are the solution to their problem. Put that in the chat. I am the solution. I have everything I need to make this offer irresistible. I just need to believe it. So you guys, number one, you just got to really believe in the offer that you have to make. Okay. So you got to think, do you have a problem that you solve for people? So who wants to have a few moments with me? Anybody?
I know there's a VIP, Margaret. Margaret, you're a VIP. And are you? I'm not sure if you're.
Paula wants it. She said yes.
There you go.
Paula,
Yes.
Paula, come off mute, honey. Okay, what's your offer that you have for people? Paula Allen. You don't have an offer?
Yeah, it was locked. I couldn't unmute myself. Sorry.
There you are.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. So what do you have an offer do you have a business?
Yes, I am an online business manager. I have multiple offers. I have a virtual assistant agency and a lot of different things going on in my world. Lots of tech. Lots of text.
Perfect. So give me one of your offers, like your top signature offer, your highest point, your most expensive program for someone to enroll in with you.
I don't really have programs, so because I offer service. So
okay, great.
It's a little right. So I'm not a coach. I don't have programs and all of that.
Okay. What's your most expensive service that you have?
Expensive is relative because VA services are by the hour, blocks and stuff like that. Right now, I work long-term with clients, so I just keep them going. So I start off small and move up, and I really don't have problems with my offers, but I am building a new one. It's one that I'll be talking about today. It's about building your dream team and how to do that and all of that, but I have a directory of dream team people that I'm just building.
So if you were going to pitch me, you're going to sell that to me.
Right.
Okay. What would you say to me?
If you don't know me, I am an online entrepreneur who's been online for 20 years. I have been inside tons of communities, tons of people. I know lots and lots of people. And one of the questions I get asked the most is, who do you know? And I can always answer that, except that I never remember anyone's names. And so I'm like, I know someone does that. I know someone.
But where's the offer? Where's the offer?
Hold on.
No, but with love, I want you to be direct, okay? Just give me your offer.
Oh, the offer is to become a person in my directory that I offer to somebody.
What's the investment?
The investment is $200 a year right now at the entry level.
Okay, so it's not very expensive after all. So it's an easy win for people to be able to
exactly
something like that. Yeah.
I don't have really high level offers. So you asked the wrong person. Really,
okay.
honestly, this is how my business is run for 20 years, and I do just good. I do fine.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, because it's different kind of product. Yeah. Okay, so Thank you for stepping up anyway, but let me just
I
share
will
with
always step up.
people. Thank you. So let me just share with people what they can do with their offers. Okay. So for someone who didn't, and you can go back on mute again, Paula. Thank you. So for anyone who has an offer who didn't come on camera and didn't want to step up, or maybe wasn't able to do at this time, or maybe you're watching a recording afterwards, we want to always focus on the transformation that it's going to create for your clients. Okay. So I want you to really refine the language that you're using and focus on the value of the outcome. This also comes down to your pricing too, right? So you want to create an offer that's irresistible because you know the transformation that you're providing for people. That's what people are paying for. They're paying for the transformation, right? So here's the truth bomb. Like if you don't believe in your value, no one else is going to pay for it. So from this moment forward, I want you to own your worth. I want you to know what your offer is. I want you to know that it's worth every single penny. You're probably undercharging too because you're probably thinking, oh, I'm charging by the hour, or you're looking at other competitors and what are they charging. You don't want to set yourself up like that. You want to look at what is the difference that I'm going to make in my clients' lives when I solve their problem. Okay. So when I solve their problem, you got to think, what is that worth? And then price yourself accordingly into that. Okay. So the next thing is strategy number 2, really tapping into your existing network for immediate cash flow. So this could have been something perfect that we could have done with the previous speaker, the previous person that I pulled up, is really just tapping into your existing network. So if you guys are looking for more immediate cash flow, you got to think, if you have a business, you already have an audience, right? You have friends, you have families, you have past clients, people that you've served before, you have social media followers. These people already know you, they like you, and they trust you. So here's the real deal. The fastest way to generate cash is to reach out to people who already know you and then offer them something that solves their pain point. So I know some of you are thinking, like, what if they say no? What if they don't need my services? So what I want you to understand is this. That fear of rejection is just resistance trying to keep you safe. It's your brain just trying to keep you safe. But here's the reality. You have a network that's already waiting for your offer. People already know you. They respect you. They want to see you succeed. So here's your task, okay, if you're ready to take that on. I would recommend that every one of you who has a business or an offer of some sort, reach out to 5 people in your network, people who know you, who respect you, who might need what you're offering, and here's how you do it. Just be simple, direct, and powerful. Just say, hey, I've got something that could really help you with, insert the problem. And then just say, let me know if you're interested. That's it. Just be straight to the point. And I want you to commit right now saying that I'm going to do this today. I'm going to take action today. I'm going to reach out to people today. So just put, I'm reaching out in the chat if this is something that you are committed to doing today. You could make money by the end of the day by doing this. And also, if you have someone who you know that you're talking to, they really don't need what you have to offer, you can always say to them this sentence. Who do you know who needs to hear from me? Who do you know who needs what I offer? Who do you know has this problem that you know that I can help them solve? And then I want you to ask them to introduce you to that person, whether it be through a phone call, right then and there, don't wait, or via email. Sometimes an email introduction is a great way. Like Justyna, for example, I have referred many people to her, and I just send a little email of introduction that has Justyna's name and what she does, and that other person's name and what they do, and I put them together and just let the universe take over. So that way you're serving the world at the same time. So just ask people, who do you know? And make your offer to them. You will tap into your network for immediate cash flow. And you know what? People want to help you succeed. So they're always going to come up with someone in their mind. So don't hold back and ask for the sale, okay? Don't be afraid to ask for the sale. So the third strategy is to create urgency with time limited offers, okay? So let's turn up the heat. and act with urgency. So here's the thing, we are wired for urgency. If you don't create urgency, people are going to keep putting your offer off. Think like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll sign up next year. Tomorrow never comes, right? So this is how this works. Create a time limited offer, whether it's 48 hours, a limited number of spots, or exclusive bonuses for those who act now. So when you add that deadline, what are you doing? You're creating a sense of immediate urgency, right? So create urgency around your offer that you currently have. So what can you add to your offer that makes people say, I need this now? Is it a discount that you can offer them? Is it a bonus, like you'll get this extra thing if you sign up today? Or like, is there a limited time access that you only get it for a certain amount of time? So go ahead and drop that in the chat. So what kind of urgency can you create for your offer? Let's get that chat lit up. If there's something that you can think of that you can do, put it in the chat. Does anybody want a little bit of help with their offer? Anybody want to come forward? You could put your little hand up. No? Nothing?
No, I would like to hear, for instance, Paula spoke, and she's very modest, by the way. She does a great job, and I checked out her packages, and I know she has clients. But what would you say for Paula, who has a virtual assistant to help entrepreneurs scale? What kind of offer do you think she could make that?
You could do anything. You could even do it around times of year, for example, right? You could say, this is summertime. People are going to be, right now it's still July, but in August is when people start having that go back to school kind of stuff. So you could have a summer hot seat special where you do like a summer something special for people where, summer's almost over, get this by this time. So that's something that you can do. Or like, you think of you guys when you are thinking in terms of Christmas or Black Friday events and things like that. You could put some kind of time restriction onto something or add an extra little bonus. If you take this offer by such and such a date or time, then we're going to give you this extra bonus with that. So there's something that is urgent in that action. It's not pushy. It's simply helping people to make the decision that they've been hesitating on. So you're helping basically your clients get the transformation that they need right now as opposed to later. So this is a great way to make people act and take action, right? So they're still going to get the bonuses. In fact, they'll probably get something even better because you're sweetening the pot in some way for them in this way. But the point about it is getting your clients to say yes to you, because we cannot help them if they're delaying. If people do not take your offer, or if they don't step in, then how are you going to be able to help them solve their problems? So they've got to take action in order for you to help them. So adding a little extra bonus onto something, or giving a time sense of urgency, like this is going to go away by, say, tomorrow night, I'm going to close the card on this so that you can't have access to it anymore. So if you want to make this difference in your life right now, you've got to take action today. Okay. So this will help people to make that decision when normally they're going to sit back and think they have more time to do that. Okay. And then let's talk about strategy number 4, leveraging your network and asking the right questions. So we're going to talk about this golden strategy that people often overlook. Ask the right question. So here's the powerful question that I mentioned earlier that will explode your business. Who do you know who needs this in their life right now? When people tell you, I don't need this, don't just say, oh, thank you so much, and then hang up the phone or whatever. You want to ask them, who do you know who might need this? This is how you turn a no into a referral. And what is the power of a referral? When someone connects to you, to someone who needs your offer, this is cash injection in motion. So I want you to understand this is how you leverage your network. It's not just about making a sale. It's about creating connections that turn into opportunities for people. So start asking yourself this question, who do you know who could use this? And start asking for those introductions. Referrals are really gold, because there's nothing more powerful than a person who has experienced what you have to offer. Just as Justyna was talking about what I have done for her, it makes it much more powerful when someone can say, oh, there's another person who says that they've experienced this before and they got a great result. So that's going to make a difference when you see that it actually transformed someone else's life. You've got to get ready to ask people, who do you know? ask that question, make sure it's clear, direct, and get those introductions for people. It's one of the most powerful cash injection strategies you can do. Ask for help from friends and family and people that you know, even past clients. You can ask them for introductions to someone they know who needs your offer, even if you have someone that you worked with a year ago or even 10 years ago. There are clients that I've had for like the year 2000 that I know that I could call tomorrow and say, hey, it's Cassandra. How are things going? I just wanted to let you know I have this new thing that I'm doing. And do you know anyone who needs this? And who do you know who you think might be open to experiencing this, whatever offer I have? And then I would say to them, and can you reach out to them for me and just give them my number and my email and or introduce us? I would love that. And they would do it absolutely no problem. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there. People want to help you succeed. And the right question is all that it takes, right? And then I just want to leave you with one more thing. So resistance is normal. That fear, the doubt, the hesitation that you're feeling, it is just your mind trying to keep you safe. Keep that in mind. You could even use these techniques that Alma said. So whenever you're like panicking and you're like, oh, I don't know, put your hand on your heart and just tell yourself, look, I'm safe. I'm not in danger here. The house is not on fire. Even though if we're a little fearful or there's doubt or hesitation, it's just your mind trying to keep you safe. But the magic happens really when you push through that resistance and when you take action despite the fear. Anyway, that's when the money making moments really happen. And here's the most important thing that I'm going to tell you today. You are capable. You are worthy. I tell clients all the time, you have survived the world and every challenge that you've ever come up with until this point in time. Like, you're a survivor. Look at you. You've overcome every single challenge and you're still here standing and breathing today. So you can do this, but you have to take action every single day. And don't wait for the perfect moment, because that perfect moment is right now. You know, people say, oh, the perfect moment would have been yesterday, right? Or last year. But the next perfect moment is right now. So go out there, make your offer, reach out to someone, ask for an introduction, create that urgency. And if you need guidance, you're ready to take it to the next level, I'd love to help you. So I have a free cash injection strategy call available to each and every one of you. So if you would like to, let me see, I can even put my
we dropped it in the chat.
You got it in the chat? Great.
Link to both of your offers. Yep.
Perfect. If you want to see, and by the way, I do it 100% curated to your business. Okay. I don't use any templates or anything like that. I take your answers you're going to basically fill out a little questionnaire. So the questionnaire is very simple. It's just a few questions. And then I take a look at those questions and I take a look at your business. I find out what your problems are. And then I create a little strategy for you where you can implement that over like the next 90 days and see that you can come up with that. And then if you're ready for an even bigger breakthrough and you want to work with me some more and see what it's like to be making a bigger impact in your business, you could join my clients Cash and Confidence program. It is a 6-week high impact program that's going to get you the clarity, the confidence, and the sales systems that you need to start making money fast and scaling your business. So you have that link that you can start that today. So that's it, guys. It's very simple, very easy. Just step out and reach out to me, and hopefully you'll all book cash injection strategy session with me. I would love to get to know you deeper, find out about your businesses and your challenges, and help you move through anything that's getting in your way of being as successful as you know that you deserve and you really should be.
Yay. Thank you so much, Cassandra. And I'm telling you guys, whoever's watching live today or on replay, you will be amazed. You'll be amazed by what Cassandra comes up with. It's not cookie cutter stuff. It's specific to your business, and it's ideas that you're going to be like, oh, why didn't I think of that? And I love that you are encouraging us to go into action. You help us motivate, right? Get so motivated, because I have a lot of ideas, but then the implementation sometimes is what's missing. So I know you're a great coach, and I know you make a big difference in a lot of entrepreneurs' lives. So this is a really great opportunity. Click in the chat for Cassandra's page, learn more about her, connect with her, and thank you again for joining us. Cassandra will be having her own summit on cash injection in September. So if you get on her list, we will be sure to learn more from her then. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Justyna. It's a great pleasure being here with you guys.
Alrighty. Thanks again, everyone, for joining today, the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. We're live today until 3 p.m. CST. We have a lot more wonderful, varied topic speakers, all meant to help you to get to your next level of entrepreneurship. My next speaker, I want to welcome Tiffany. And I just know her as Tiff and Tiffany. I just realized I'm not even sure if I can pronounce her name. It's Tiffany Toombs, right?
Yes.
And I've been in her circle since December. She got me interested in what she does by joining her Procrastination to Profit Challenge. And I've been in her circle since then. So she is a great coach, does many things. She's a globally recognized expert and international speaker and the subject of rewiring the unconscious mind for success and tapping into your personal potential. She's an author. I actually have her book. You probably can see it in reverse, but Stop Being a Selfish Bitch. And it's a comprehensive guide to living your best life through radical self-love. Her and her partner run a great school community. We'll drop a link to her page so that you can check it out as well. I know we're running a couple minutes behind, so I don't want to talk too long, but please tell Tiffany, like, I know you have a lot of tools in your tool belt. What is the biggest transformation that you offer people?
Ooh, that's a big question. Well, the biggest transformation that we offer people really for entrepreneurs is to help you let go of the mental blocks and the nervous system blocks, which we're going to talk about today, that have stopped you from making more money so we get you making more money with less burnout and with less anxiety. So breaking the burnout cycle, breaking the self-sabotage and anxiety cycle so that you can make more money, but then also enjoy it. We work with entrepreneurs who are just starting all the way up to business owners who are making 300 million a year.
Wow, and how do you do that?
So I use a combination of hypnosis, somatic tools, and NLP, neuro-linguistic programming.
Wonderful. I know you're very effective. Let me tell you, I was using your skills this morning. I was super nervous. I was using all the emotional regulation this morning just to show up today, to be honest. So I know you're presenting today on a nervous system and money connection, unlocking abundance from inside out. Without further ado, I really want everyone to learn from you. So thank you so much. Please
Awesome.
teach us.
Yes, thank you. I've got some slides today because that always helps keep me on track with what we're supposed to be talking about. And if you have any questions as I go, please feel free to drop them into the chat as well. So today we're going to talk about how your nervous system will block you from making more money and what you want to do about it. Give me a 1 in the chat if you know what to do, but you struggle to do it. You struggle to find the consistency to do what you need to do. Give me a 1 in the chat if you feel like you've got the strategy. You've invested in strategy after strategy, but for some reason, the money isn't following. Or give me a 1 if you are using all the manifestation, the law of attraction tools, and still the money isn't showing up in the bank account. That's what we're going to talk about today, why that's happening and how it all comes back to the nervous system. So my goal today is for you to have a deep understanding of how the nervous system is stopping you from making the money that you desire to have in your business, and to give you some tools to heal your nervous system so that you can build wealth. But first, who the heck is Tiffany Toombs Clevinger? That is me. I am a mother and a wife. I am an international speaker, author, podcast host. I am an amateur gardener, and occasionally I do yoga on horses' backs. So what our life looks like now, we work maybe about 6 hours a day, but only 4 days a week. Wednesday, Saturdays, and Sundays are completely off for family time. We live here in East Tennessee in the Smoky Mountains, so our Wednesdays consist of hiking and camping and Dollywood and water parks and all the other things that tire a 3-year-old out so that we can have a couple hours of non-craziness. I have time to garden and make sourdough. We are building a homestead. We have regular date nights, my husband and I. Self-care is a priority for me and part of my daily life. We attract dream clients who take action daily, and we make more money than we ever have before. So we work less now than we ever have before, but we make more money. Give me a 2 if that sounds like a future that you would like to have. Working less, making more family time, more adventure time. I will say it wasn't always this way though. In fact, this was me on Christmas Eve 2013. And in case you're wondering, yes, that is a bottle of vodka straight from the bottle. And it is Christmas Eve. You can see all the ribbon and the wrapping paper in the background. I was taking a break from wrapping Christmas presents to drink straight from the vodka bottle. I was completely broken inside. My life then looked like living paycheck to paycheck. I was constantly hustling. I was working 50, 60, even 70 hours a week sometimes. I was always burnt out. I had no social life and I had no idea. I remember saying to somebody back then, what do people do on weekends if they're not working? Like I don't even know what a weekend is because it just all blends into the next and I'm just always working. And I used food and alcohol to numb myself out because I had such a deep sense of self-loathing and self-hatred. I procrastinated. I was a people pleaser. I was a perfectionist. I had high functioning anxiety and I was great at starting things, but I could not seem to finish. Give me a 1 if this resonates. If you're like, yep, I'm there. I've been there. I'm feeling it there. Okay. So I tried all the things. I invested in all the programs, hired all the coaches and mentors, did therapy, went to all the raw events. I high-fived 1,000 strangers, gave hugs, accountability groups. I did all the things that are supposed to change and improve life and business, but nothing worked long term. I'd get short little changes and shifts, but then I'd slide right back to where I had just been. And then I discovered the most powerful realization in my life yet, that it all starts with the nervous system. So our nervous system has one job, and I know this looks like 3, but they're all connected. So that job is to keep us safe, alive, and then connected to a tribe of people. And the tribal connection or the tribe connection is really, it increases our chances of survival. The main overarching job of our nervous system is to keep us safe and alive, to make sure that we have another day tomorrow. Now, to the nervous system, what's familiar is safe. Okay, so what's familiar is safe. So we subconsciously will look for familiar situations and people and energy to feel safe, even if those things are not in alignment with our goals. So our nervous system becomes imprinted with what is safe between the ages of 0 and 7 years. For example, the experiences that you had in childhood will determine what feels safe for your nervous system in adulthood. So if your childhood was chaotic, that could look like parents divorcing. It could look like a lot of fighting. It could look like scarcity. It could look like moving a lot. And my life had all 4 of those things growing up. My mom left my biological dad when I was 3 months old. I had a stepmom who abused me. My parents, we used to joke that they were running from someone because we would pack up the house and move like every 2 years for my childhood. And there was a lot of stress and anxiety about how they were going to pay the next bill. And so that wired my nervous system to feel safe in chaos, stress, and drama. So if you had any of those situations in childhood, then your nervous system also feels safest in chaos, stress, and drama. Give me a 2 in the chat if you feel like it's really easy to show up in your business when you have a bill to pay. But then as soon as your bills are covered, the consistency starts to wax and wane. And you're like, maybe I don't need to show up so much. This is one of the most common things that I see in entrepreneurs across the board. It doesn't matter if they're just starting or if they're running a $300 million a year business, is that they have this need for chaos and stress and drama. How that shows up depends on the level that you're at, right? I work with people making 7, 8, 9 figures, and they will often set fires in their business to put it out. It's like they become the arsonist in their business so they can be the firefighter. How do you know if your nervous system feels safe in chaos, stress, and drama? Peace, silence, and calm feel unbearable for you. It feels deeply uncomfortable. You're one of those people who's like, oh, I'm sure meditation works for other people, but it doesn't work for me. My mind just can't stay still. Maybe you self-diagnosed as having ADHD, right? It's because your nervous system feels safest in chaos. And I will say that a lot of my clients who thought they had ADHD, either it completely improved and disappeared once we worked on the nervous system and healed this imprint, or if they do actually have ADHD, their symptoms became dramatically better once we re-imprinted the nervous system. So the patterns that you created that disempower you now were patterns that you used to survive back as a child. So if you grew up with emotionally inconsistent parents, for example, you never knew which version of them you would get. Sometimes they were happy, sometimes they were angry, sometimes they cheered you on and wanted to play with you, sometimes it was best to be seen and not heard. Your survival pattern became that you need to read how everyone else in the room is feeling to know how to respond. You became the empath, which is a nervous system wound. You can absolutely turn it into a superpower, but not while you're still holding on to the wounded part of it. If you grew up being criticized or compared to others, you learned that it wasn't safe to set boundaries. So now when clients ask for more time or they ask you to give time on the weekends or on holidays, you struggle to say no. When they ask for discounts, when they ask to pay less, when they ask things that normally you would have a boundary on, you struggle to set that boundary because you're worried about being criticized or compared to somebody else. If you only got attention for achievement when you were growing up, your survival pattern became overachieving and perfectionism to be good enough to stay in your tribe. If you only got attention for achievement growing up, then you also learned that your worth and how lovable you are depends on how productive you are. And so you struggle to take downtime. You always have to be doing something. You always have to be being productive. And these are just a couple examples. So what happens is we all have this emotional trash can. And every negative emotion that you haven't fully processed gets stored in this trash can. Now, for most of us, we didn't learn tools to deal with our negative emotions growing up. And it's not our parents' fault. They didn't know. The science and the research didn't catch up until the mid 90s. So let's say the first time that you felt angry, you were 2 years old, your mom took you to the toy store, wouldn't buy you the toy that you wanted. What happened was you created this imprint of anger at 2 years old and you started adding to that trash can. Now, every time you felt how the 2-year-old felt, you add a link onto the chain. And that's just anger. You also have fear. Maybe you first felt that at 1. You add a link onto the chain every time you felt how that 1-year-old felt. Sadness, maybe you first felt that at 3. And every time you felt how that 3-year-old felt, you add a link onto the chain. Then we have guilt. Maybe you first felt that around 7. Every time you felt how that 7-year-old felt, you added a link onto the chain. And these chains can go for as many times as you've ever felt these emotions. So before most people even hit 18 years old, their bucket is not only full, it's overflowing. And those moments where you feel like, I know that I should go and do this thing, but mentally I'm just so foggy that I can't. Or I know what I should do, but I just can't bring myself to do it. It's because your trash can is full. You have no capacity. You have no space to process what you need to do within your nervous system. The other thing that we know is that the longer you carry that bucket, the heavier it becomes. This is called allostatic load. And you can carry it for up to 13 years before you start seeing physical health conditions from it. We have had clients, quote unquote, miraculously heal from everything from type 2 diabetes, cancer, liver disease, fibromyalgia, borderline personality disorder, bipolar, depression, anxiety, heart murmurs, sleep apnea, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, they've all miraculously healed or gone into remission because we emptied out that bucket. The other thing that we know is that the age that you were when these imprints were first created, so the 2-year-old, the 1-year-old, the 3-year-old, the 7-year-old, part of your psyche gets stuck at those ages. So road rage is not how a 2-year-old responds to sitting in traffic. Road rage is not how an adult responds to sitting in traffic. That's the 2-year-old throwing a temper tantrum for not getting what they wanted. Right? So some of you are out here attempting to run a business from your 1-year-old or your 3-year-old or your 7-year-old mentality. Then we have these vertical imprints which are all related to a person. So this one might be mom. Your mom could be the best person in the world, your best friend, and still at some point she's caused you to feel anger, fear, sadness, guilt, and shame. This one might be dad. This one might be a sibling. This one might be an ex, an old client, a boss, a teacher, a bully, anybody who has ever had a negative impact on you. And then these belief systems. I can't charge my worth. I have to put everybody else's needs first. I can't say no. How dare I charge that much? Those belief systems get stuck in this webbing of the emotional events and belief systems, the emotional events and people that created them. And so until we take down this structure, your nervous system is going to stay in a state of overwhelm, which means you have less and less capacity to fully show up as your authentic self. So your nervous system will pull you into self-sabotage when it senses danger. Self-sabotage is your strategy, your survival strategy to get back to safety. So there's an amount of money that you feel safest to receive, hold, and manage. It's the number that you cannot seem to get past in your bank account. And when you start to go past that amount, the subconscious and nervous system alarm bells are going to start to ring. So you're going to feel direct danger signals. This is things like, but if I make more money, then I'm going to have to pay more taxes. And I already don't like dealing with the IRS. If I make more money, that's more responsibility, more people that I have to help. And I'm already burnt out. How am I going to have the energy to do that? If I make more money, then more people from my family are going to reach out and ask me if I can lend them money. People are going to come out of the woodworks asking for money. Okay, those are your direct danger signals. And so your nervous system starts to say, I have all these experiences from the past that are creating these danger signals to show me why it's not safe to have more money. But then we also have indirect danger signals, which are not directly related to money, but they're other experiences. So when I was growing up, my stepmom would lock me in closets and burn me with curling irons. But that happened after I put on an impromptu show, right? I used to put on impromptu dancing and singing and plays and all these things. And so whenever I took the spotlight off my stepmom and it was on me, I'd get locked in a closet. So I learned that it wasn't safe to stand out. It's going to take more visibility to make more money, which means I'm standing out, and that's not safe. If you have a family that lives in scarcity, or that they're always talking about, oh, we don't need money. Money is the root of all evil. People with money are bad people. Then you making more money is going to isolate you from your tribe, which negatively impacts your ability to survive. And now you're not safe. So we have this combination of direct and indirect danger signals that are coming from our nervous system to our brain saying, hey, it is not safe for us to make more money. And so engage self-sabotage sequence, right? You know, that Austin Powers memes where they're like, oh, they're forgetting about this. Engage this thing now. Engage the procrastination. Engage the perfectionism. Engage the forgetting what to do, forgetting to follow up. So how do we reprogram our nervous system to feel safe, to have more success and make more money? We first have to get our nervous system out of survival mode. And what I've shared about the nervous system today is really the tip of the surface. In our community, we go deep into understanding fight, flight, freeze, fawn, how it's showing up for you. Okay, so We have to regulate our nervous system to get out of survival mode first. I'm going to give you an exercise to do that. This is probably the favorite exercise of the people in our community, which is why I decided to share this one with you today, and it's called box breathing. You may have heard of it. What you're going to do is you're going to breathe in for 4 counts. You're going to hold for 4 counts, breathe out for 4 counts, and hold for 4 counts. And you're going to do that a minimum of 4 times, but you might decide to do it for a time frame. My husband, for example, will do 5 minutes of box breathing to start his day. Now, you've learned this exercise, and some of you will say, okay, when I'm feeling stressed or when I'm feeling anxious, I'll do box breathing. But the challenge is if you don't have a daily, regular routine of using box breathing, you're less likely to remember to use it when you go into those anxious states. The other thing is when we create a daily routine of doing this, and it only has to be for a couple minutes. It doesn't have to be all day, every day, right? 2 minutes, 3 minutes to start the day. It's going to decrease your chances of feeling anxious throughout the day. So you're starting to regulate your nervous system. You're telling your nervous system, hey, we're safe. The bear's not chasing us every single day like it feels like it is. So we don't have to be in survival mode. And you will be a lot more creative, a lot more coachable, and a lot better of a problem solver when you are out of survival mode. You'll have an easier time remembering what to do. You will get better sleep. Everything in your life is going to improve when we get your nervous system out of survival mode. So we have 6 additional exercises for you as part of our 7-day nervous system reset. These exercises are going to help you create more space in your emotional bucket so you can process and release emotions faster. That's going to allow you to set and hold stronger boundaries, be more visible, make more money, do all the things that you need to do in your business to make more money and also live the life that you desire to have. So I know Justyna will have a link for you. You can also go to resetmysystem.com/reset. And then for those of you that are ready to go deeper in regulating your nervous system and breaking the self-sabotage cycles, is we are going to give you 30 days access to our All Access Pass program. This is going to give you tools, guided exercises, guided hypnosis tracks to regulate your nervous system to get out of survival mode, guided exercises to heal and release the old emotional baggage, and then tools to shift your identity to align with where you're going instead of being stuck in the identity of where you've been. You'll also get weekly group coaching calls for support and Q&A. You'll get the replays from our Wealth Rewire Mini Mind, where we take you through 5 healing sessions to heal your relationship with money. And you're going to get Voxer access to me for those 30 days for coaching and support as well. And the best part of it is we're going to give it to you for this event for only $7. So 30 days for $7. And then if you like it and you want to stay in it after that, it'll be $88 a month until you cancel. And you can go to becomeacyclebreaker.com/summit or the link that Justyna put in the chat there. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Oh, that was amazing. So much info, but I just wanted to say one more time that highly recommend as a first-hand experience as I'm a student and I'm referring everyone I know. And I wish, honestly, that all my clients went to Tiffany because I feel like the mindset and emotional regulation is a major roadblock in all the strategies that we want to achieve, right? Like we have these goals and plans and then we get stuck and the stuff comes up. And this is the key to actually implementing all the other strategies our marketing and business and speaking coaches are sharing today. And who doesn't have money blocks? I'm sorry, anyone who doesn't have money blocks, if no, that's great. Good for you. And it turns out there's a root cause for this. And this is exactly what Tiffany does. And I've been to a mini retreat and a full retreat with Tiffany and also online, what do you call them, mini masterminds?
Yeah.
Specifically about abundance and money and how to do it. And I found it so effective. Highly, highly recommend. Anyone in the chat, please follow the link and sign up. This is a great deal. Most people pay $97 a month, so $7 a month is wonderful. And the community is one of the best communities I've been. Like Tiffany's partner, Sid, is very much like active, and I think he's your back of the house right person. So it's not like one of those communities you join and you just something gets posted. It's very active, and I'm gonna keep going to her challenges because they're super effective, and I feel like it's not something you do once. You keep working at it, right? Would you say that?
Yeah, absolutely.
If someone has any question. Oh, what was it? Become a cycle breaker. Yes, it's become a cycle breaker. If you follow the link that I put in the chat, it is on Tiffany's page, but we can drop the direct link. And why is it a cycle breaker, Tiffany? Why did you name your company that?
Because for both me and my husband, it has been about breaking cycles, like the cycles that we each individually came from that created how we were showing up as entrepreneurs and business owners, as parents when we had our son, and even in our marriage. So we want to help people break those cycles, whether they're generational or just within your lifetime, so that you can create something new.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. If anyone has
Thanks
any
for having me.
questions, please follow up with Tiffany. She put some links in there. You can connect with her. Also, we have a social media link for her as well. Follow her because she drops daily wisdom. I feel like you're very active on social too. So you can learn from her just by following her as well and join her programs. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to the Next Level Entrepreneur. We are going live and strong for until 3 p.m. CST today, so please be sure to join us. If you are not driving, please join us on camera. Speakers love to see you and get feedback. It's not what makes them going, and a lot of times when they see you, they can customize their talk or speech and answer your questions. So your participation is actually to your benefit as well as our speaker benefit. So I would love to have you see you on camera. And for anyone watching replay, all the links will be next to the video. So make sure you take advantage of all the wonderful gifts that our speakers are creating here so you can get to your next level faster and easier and with the expert help that our speakers are offering today. And our next speaker, I have my favorite speakers. I feel like everyone is. So I'm going to say it again. It's one of my favorite people in the world as well. It's Dr. Ola. And I've been to her summit and her events, and she offers a very unique service. I can't wait to read. Hi, Dr. Ola.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Ola. She's a doctor, so she is a board certified. She used to be a family physician, and you'll hear her story how she became to do what she does today. But she's the expert behind the V.I.P speaker. It's a live studio experience, and she's the live studio visibility expert at the Empower You VIP studio experience. And she helps coaches, entrepreneurs, speakers, and authors to increase visibility, to attract your dream clients and boost sales on stages. Her talk today is the secrets to becoming a VIP speaker. Get seen, get booked, get paid. So if you're here to get seen and get booked and get paid, please big welcome to Dr. Ola. Yay! Please tell us,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Ola, just a little bit. I know you have your own talk to talk about, but why are you so passionate about speaking on stages? Why do you feel like this makes the biggest difference in entrepreneurs' lives?
First of all, thank you so much, Justyna, for having me here today. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm at your summit. Why I think speaking on stages is so powerful is because I lived it. I was one that really never wanted to get on stages. I was comfortable building my business behind closed doors, doing a couple of social media videos, and I realized that it just wasn't working. I wasn't converting, and I'll tell my story more later on. And it wasn't until I started getting on stages that it was a light bulb that just went off. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is it. This is what I missed, all along. So a lot of coaches don't get on stages, and as many as they should, because I've been a coach myself and I just never did it. And so I'll talk more about why and even my story and how I really started converting significantly in terms of clients and getting paid also to speak on stages.
So I know you have a great talk that you teach some important info, so I'll let you take it away with your talk. Be sure to drop us to let us know at the end what your offer is, and I'll be dropping the link when you're doing that. So Thank you again, everyone. Please welcome and let's learn from Dr. Ola today.
Sure. Thank you so much. And everyone, it's so nice to see you all here today, to see all your beautiful faces all over the Zoom. I would love for you to please share with me if you're a speaker, a coach, or an author, or all of the above. And if you are, what type are you? What type of speaker are you? What type of coach are you? And if you've authored, hey, share your book. Might as well. Shameless plug, put it in there and tell us where it is. All right, so I'm going to pull up my, let's see here, my presentation. Give me just a moment as I do that. And I'll be taking a look at the chat here also in a moment. And my computer is about to die. Give me just a moment. So let me just plug it in, because I would hate to be in the middle of this talk and realize, oh my goodness.
No problem.
All right. Okay, so I'm back on. Okay, so let's share my screen. Stop sharing because I want you to see a different screen here. Okay, there we go. All right, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Are we good? Okay. I want to take a quick look at your responses here before I get started. Okay, virtual event marketing consultant. All right, thank you for sharing that. Paula, thank you. A speaker. Tara, thank you. Mentor, community advocate, creatives, TEDx speaker, awesome. All right, I see 3 people here, but I see 14 people or so in here. So please go ahead and put it in there what you are, what you do. And as you do that, I will get started. And I just like to time myself. Justyna, do I have about 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. All right. Okay. All right, so my topic is the secrets to becoming a VIP speaker. Get seen, get booked, and get paid. So this talk is not just for speakers, it's for coaches, it's for authors, it's for course creators that want to gain more visibility, want to get seen, want to get booked for speaking engagements, and want to get paid. Not just paid to speak, but also paid on stages, be able to sell your services from a stage. All right. So, did you know that 97% of speakers and coaches never get paid to speak? That was actually a staggering stat that I found out. So guess what? 3% that get on stages are actually the ones that get paid. So the fact that you see a lot of people speaking doesn't mean they're getting paid, right? And I went through that myself. I'm not just talking about lacking talent. A lot of speakers, coaches, authors, they have tremendous talent. I've seen brilliant ones. I've seen passionate speakers light up rooms, but leave without any bookings. They leave without clients. They leave without checks. And, you know, sometimes they may get gift cards or fruit baskets, but who wants to get that after you've given all your valuable information, right? So it's not because these speakers, coaches, authors are not amazing, but something is missing. And we're going to talk about what is missing in their talks or in how they present themselves. There are 6 main things that a speaker could ultimately lack. Number 1, they don't have a clear message. You know, they don't have a signature talk, a strategy to capture the audience's attention. And that could be a problem, especially when you're getting on stages. I'm just going to go back here because I wanted to talk a little bit more about that slide. Okay. So if you don't have a clear message, then you're not seen, right? If you don't have a premium stage experience, then again, you're not seen. So what I did when I first started my coaching program, remember, I'm a family doctor by profession. I started a coaching program, about 4 years ago, and I did a whole lot of podcasts. And nothing wrong with podcasts. They were all great because they gave me some visibility, but I wasn't getting on live stages. And that was the missing link for me. Not getting on enough live stages, not having tools that will help you gain more credibility, not having any monetization strategy. These are all reasons why speakers are not getting seen and they're not getting paid. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. One thing I want you to realize is this: if you're a speaker or you're a coach or you're an author and you feel you're not gaining as much visibility as you really want to, it's not because you're not brilliant. The problem is the visibility part. You're just not visible enough. And I want to be honest with you. Obscurity is the biggest cost to your business. Like I said before, I posted a whole lot on social media way back then. I would post even multiple times a day, but yet I just wasn't being seen. Okay. So I'm going to pause for a second here. If you are ready, if you're a speaker, coach, author, or entrepreneur, and you're ready to stop being invisible, you're ready to stop being overlooked, I want you to type a 10 in the chat right now as I move on to my next slide. All right. So we talked about what is missing, why you're not getting booked, why you're not getting seen, why you're not getting heard. Now I'm going to talk about my story. So back in 2018, actually prior to 2018, I always had that nudge to get on stages. I always felt like I needed to get on stages to empower people, but I was really shy. I was very much introverted. I was comfortable being an MD, a doctor, seeing patients daily, one-on-one. That was my world. That was what I was used to. I wasn't really into the entrepreneurial world, so it was really new to me, but I knew I had to get out there and I knew I had to build a business as well. So reluctantly, I said to myself, if I have to get on all these stages and empower so many people, I might as well just start and just put a vision board on my wall. And that's the vision board. It looks a little bit fuzzy. It's the actual picture that I had on my wall. So I just took a screenshot of it. So that was back then in 2018. Never been hardly on any stage. The picture that I put there actually is a picture of me at a church event where I was part of a panel and I was comfortable in that environment. So I did just okay, but I wasn't comfortable really getting on stages. In creating my vision board, what I did was I took that picture and I posted it on the picture of a really amazing woman that I really loved and really admired, who had her own stage. Put that picture on top of hers and saw it every day, would speak words of affirmation every day when I see it, and will imagine myself on a massive stage. And I went ahead and I put a picture of people on Zoom and multiple faces on Zoom. Because back then, if I got on a Zoom call like this and we all had to introduce ourselves and talk about what we did, my voice will almost quiver because I was so uncomfortable. It was just not my environment. It just wasn't comfortable being out there. I decided to take a leap back then. I said to myself, there's only so much positive affirmations, words of faith that I could say to this picture. I have to get out there. And my husband was part of saying, go, just do it. I'm like, I don't want to, but I knew I had to. So I went from being MD to starting my coaching program. And so I thought, okay, when I start posting on social media, that's enough. I'll just be out there, people will see me, and that should be sufficient. Guess what happened 6 months after starting my wellness coaching program? All I heard was crickets, no clients, no income, no momentum. Why? Because I really still wasn't getting on the stages that mattered. I was behind the scenes, creating video, creating content on social. But yeah, people liked it, people loved it, but it didn't convert. I got lots of likes and loves. If you can agree with me or if that resonates with you, you can put it in the chat if you want to. But a lot of people go through the same thing where they're posting and wondering what on earth is going on. And I went through just that. For me, all I encountered at that time was pure frustration. Because coming from my world, being a physician and starting a wellness coaching program, I'll be really honest with you, I was a little bit naive. I thought because I was a doctor, it will convert because again, it was in the wellness space. It was something that I was comfortable with, but it did not convert. So I say this to all the professionals out there. Your degree doesn't really convert in entrepreneurship. It doesn't really per se, it gives you some credibility, but it doesn't mean clients will come. So what I had to do was I had to start getting visible. And everything changed when I decided to start speaking. The missing link for me was getting on stages. So this was my very first stage. I got on this stage and I did a pitch competition where I shared all about my business. And then it was from that experience that I thought, oh my goodness, this is what has been missing all of this time. I had people come up to me afterwards wanting to hear all about what I did, wanting to know more about my coaching program. At that event, I ended up selling 2 of my coaching programs. And I thought, wow. So not only did I speak at that event, but I also had a booth. So after I spoke, I had people lining up to ask me questions. And then when they walked down the hall, they saw me, they saw my booth. I ended up selling my coaching program at that event. And that's when I thought to myself, I need to get on more stages. So I went from that shy introvert, not wanting to get on stages, to helping speakers, coaches, authors, course creators get on stages so that they can get seen, they can get booked, and they can get paid. So this is me today. I own the V.I.P Speaker Studio Experience, where I invite speakers and coaches, authors as well, to come and not just speak, but also to promote their services. So I share my story because I know at least there's one person, and I'm sure there's more on this call, that probably has that hesitation to speak. And I just want to encourage you that, yes, it may seem daunting initially, but just start even gradually. If you haven't done the podcast, start there. Come to summits like this. Justyna has these pretty often. Come to summits like this. Find out about being a speaker. So I just want to encourage you, speak we must, because that's when people actually see us as the experts. So my expertise as a family doctor did not cut it. When people saw me on stages, then they saw the expert in what I did as an entrepreneur. So I'm going to talk to you today, and really quickly, we're going to go through the V.I.P speaker method of getting seen, getting booked, and getting paid. This is the shortcut that I wish I had, a proven, done-for-you path that I wish I had when I was building my business. Let's move on to what the V stands for. V stands for visibility. Here's a picture, so actually it's a video of one of my speakers who actually spoke on my stage, and we created a speaker reel for him. This is actually another picture of another speaker on my stage speaking to an audience. I'm going to take a moment. If I have I think I have about 45 seconds. I'm going to play one of them for you. This speaker here, hang on a second. Okay. Justyna, are you able to see the full screen?
As a pro, I transitioned to the forward position. Nobody had ever thought
so
to
this
play
is a
me
former
as a power
WNBA
forward
player who
because
spoke on
I
my
didn't have
stage.
power. I was thin, right? But all that meant for me is that now I can go from the top of the key. Now I can give my man a foot fake and get to the basket. Now with a running start, who's going to rebound over me? So if you look at the pictures, when you play to your strength, there is no competition, right? When you are the best at being you and your strength, that's your secret sauce. My secret sauce was in the air. Look at my opponents. If you look at the third picture to the right, my man is the one who's got her hand up in the air. Bless her little heart. She tried, right? But if I had that ball down low, everybody can hit me and get the ball from me, and that's a turnover. Up high, that's my area. That's my world.
All right. So that's a picture of Sylvia Crowley-Spann, who spoke on my stage twice, back in October and then later on in February. I have so many speakers that have been on my stage, but I only have time to show you a couple of videos here. So let's move on visibility. Actually, I'm just gonna, so visibility, what, is the V. So how do you become visible? You have to have the right tools. Okay. I'm sorry, my slides are not coming the way I want it to. Okay. You have to have the right tools. So as a speaker, if you're a coach who speaks, or you're an author who speaks, or, a speaker you get on stages, the first thing that a lot of event organizers will look for is your presence on social, either social or online, or your LinkedIn. So they will go, they will look, and they'll find out to see what content you have out there. For every speaker who wants to get on stages, every speaker should have a speaker landing page. So that's what I showed in the first picture there. You also want to have branding photos. You also want to have a one sheet. A one sheet is essentially like your resume. It's your body of work. It shows everything that you're about. It shows your bio. It shows even books that you've written. It shows places that you've spoken at. Your landing page does more than that. It houses your speaker reel. And a speaker reel is essentially about a 90-second video that shows you on multiple stages, that shows you speaking live into live audiences. And then it also has, if you've written any books, if you have your one sheet, it all can be on that landing page. And also media features can be on that same landing page. So basically, that's a place that event organizers like to go to. Now, you must have branding photos as well. A lot of speakers go to events and they send selfie pictures, or they send pictures that they took at their cousin's wedding. That won't cut it. You have to have really professionally done branding photos. And these are pictures, all pictures from events that I've run, because again, what I do is I have a one-stop shop for speakers, coaches, and authors, and help them put together what they need to get more visible. The next slide talks about having a strategic plan to turn your talk into a signature talk, make it magnetic. So you first of all want to craft your talk. You want to structure it so that it connects with your audience. You want to find out, even before you get to the speaking engagement, who's the audience? What are they looking for? That way you can make sure your talk is crafted to that audience. And then you want to deliver that talk with confidence and ultimately monetize. How do you monetize from stage? You want to be able to, after you give your talk, yes, give a lead magnet, but at the end of the day, you also want to invite the audience into your world. And that's how you can easily monetize that talk. All right, let's move on to the next slide here. So you only get seconds to capture an audience. So you want to speak with purpose. You want your talk to be strategic. You want it to be memorable. You want to include stories, because people gravitate to what resonates with them. And in telling your story, there's definitely going to be a couple of people that resonates with, because people are looking for authenticity. They're not just looking for entrepreneurs building businesses. They want to know, how did you get there and why are you doing what you do? Okay. I stands for in demand. And so you want to have a signature talk that is powerful. And so Robert here was one of my speakers. He had a really powerful talk. And I'm just going to share a short snippet of that talk with you.
Change your energy. Like, I'm a speaker. Before I come out and speak, if I come out and speak and my shoulders are slumped, then y'all are gonna say, oh my gosh, we in for a boring 15 minutes. If I wanna make sure that you're getting what I'm talking about, then I've gotta change my energy. How do I change my energy? Well, listen, I show up like a champion. Like Rocky, I'm playing dun, 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 dun. I'm playing stuff. I've got information. I've got music that is in my brain, that is in my ear, that's in my space, that causes me to change my energy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Okay, thank you very much. I've got my energy shift that happens because of the music and what I put in my space.
All right, so that was Robert, and that was his talk there. All right, so let's move on to the next slide here. All right, so the goal of getting on stages is you want the audience to say, or the event organizers to say, we need them on our stage. You want, even if they've not seen you on any stages, if they go to your landing page and they see your body of work, you want them to say, I want her, I want him to come speak on my stage. This is a picture of me. This was my first live studio event. Had never done anything like this in my life, but I jumped right in. And this was me. This is our virtual audience, and me just talking to them, with confidence. So the other part of the VIP is paid. You want to get, how do you get paid? You want to have an irresistible offer, an offer that anyone who hears what the offer is, like, I really want it. It has everything I've always dreamed of having and plus more. So you want to have a really powerful, irresistible offer when you're out there on stages, especially if you want to sell from stage. You also want to have a lead magnet, like what we're dropping in after our talks today. A powerful lead magnet, which is a free giveaway to the audience. And then the last part of the P is actually getting paid to speak. Speaking gigs. You want to have speaking gigs. How do you get speaking gigs? Most people would go online, they'll search for speaking gigs, they'll join networking groups, they'll go on LinkedIn, they'll find it different ways. In my program, I've created a method where it's a tool essentially that allows us to actually help you get paid speaking gigs. So you don't have to do any of the work. It's a done for you type of a tool. So essentially what I do is I help you create your keynote description. I also help you create a talk that is tailored to your niche. And in that way, we're able to find events that really are customized and tailored specifically for you. Okay. All right. So moving on to my next slide. To get paid, you would need to have a monetization plan. Okay. Some speakers will speak for free, and that's completely fine if you speak for free. But you also want to have a way that you can still monetize that stage. How do you monetize? You may say, for instance, ask them, can I promote my books from your stage? Can I have a booth at your event? Can I give this lead magnet? And of course, your lead magnet is not what should have some way of audience to connect with you. So there are different ways. So first of all, you want to find the right stage. You want to get listed and booked to speak on that stage. You want to pitch yourself to that event in a way that would make them really attracted to you as a speaker. You want to send them to your body of work, to that landing page that you've created. You want to have a follow-up strategy, and then you want to get on that stage. And all of this is what we help our speakers in achieving. Not only are we giving them scripts to present themselves to the organizations, but we're also giving them follow-up plans as well. So we are about to round up here, and I have a couple more slides to share with you. But this is just a recap of what the V.I.P method stands for. V is visibility, I is being in demand, and P is getting paid. All right. So you might ask, will this work for me? I know everything you're talking about, Dr. Ola, but really, I'm still not comfortable getting on stage. I'm going to just share with you a couple of case studies. But before I do, I'm going to pause here for about 5-10 seconds. For those of you that want my free giveaway, and Justyna, this is the giveaway right here. So you can actually put the link in the chat. So it's my VIP speaker checklist, 7 tools to get seen, get booked, and get paid. And essentially what it does is it's a snapshot of what I talked about, having your landing page, having your reels, having your branding photos, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to take a picture of this, you can do so right now. Justyna, I'm just going to have you put the link in the chat. All right, so quickly with case studies. So I've had in just a year, I've had quite a number of speakers on my stage, and speakers flying from all over the country to come and speak at the event that I host. So this particular speaker, she's Sylvia Crawley-Spann that you heard from earlier on, former WNBA player who now speaks on stages. And so when she came to my stage, somebody from the audience saw her from a distance, reached out to her and asked if she could be keynote speaker at their event. Not only was she paid to speak at that event, but she was able to sell 300 copies of her book. So there's power in getting on stages. Now, I don't only have celebrities on my stage. I have the early stage speakers that are simply looking for visibility. Marianne is a speaker who all she was looking for was visibility. She had already spoken on a TEDx stage, but she needed more visibility. Came to my stage, got all the tools she needed, and the rest is history. And finally, I have Roz. Roz also, she's a really early stage speaker. had only spoken at church events, never gotten on any big stages, but she came, she spoke. And ever since she's spoken on my stage in February of this year, she has been invited and spoken on over 10 stages all over the country. So when I say you can do this, and that's my alarm to say I'm done. So hang on a second. I'm just going to show you one more slide here. My next event is actually in October, and I'm just going to show you that picture here. For my October event, I already have 8 speakers. I'm looking for 2 more speakers for October 6th. If there is any one of you that's interested in speaking, you're interested in being more visible, in gaining all the tools that you need to get to the next level in your speaking, your coaching, or even as an author, I invite you to come and join us. This event is going to be incredible. If you are interested, I will have you take out your phones one more time. You can take a picture of this, not a picture, scan the QR code, and it basically leads you to my calendar. And when you get on my calendar, find a date, time that works for you, and we'll take it from there. And if you're not able to find a date or a time, just send me a private message. You can send it to me right here and let me know if it's something that you're interested in on the stage or finding out more about the VIP Speaker Studio experience. Justyna, I just want to say thank you so much for having me here today. It's been a pleasure, and it's been a pleasure having all of you here. I really appreciate your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ola. I don't know anyone else who has a stage like you. And on top of that, you have a whole program to get speakers ready. I am definitely signing up. I'm in a boat of, I'm not sure if I'm ready yet. I don't have my speech written or my talk written. What would you say to someone real quick who's like hesitating because they know this will make a big difference, but they don't feel ready?
Okay. Sure. And I've seen that all the time. So you might be thinking, I'm not ready. Visibility doesn't follow success. It creates success. So you might feel you're not ready, but it's at those moments when you take that leap of faith and you jump that all the help you need comes. In my program, I help you from start to finish. Whether you have a signature talk or you don't have one, I actually have coaches that will coach you and get you talk ready. And then we give you all the tools that you need. Everyone looks like a professional on my stage, whether you're just starting off today or you're a professional speaker. And I've had everyone, literally, people that have never hardly spoken on any stage, like Roz, never been on any stages. Now she's killing it. That's my answer to you. Yeah.
Wonderful. So it's speakwithdrola.com. Everything is in the chat. If you're not ready or you think you might not be ready, I'd say still talk to Dr. Ola because she's got the answers for you. She can explain and answer everything how it works. And honestly, the kind of stage that she puts you on, I don't know anyone else that does because it's in person, live. It's so fabulous. You'll feel like Oprah or Tony Robbins or Mel Robbins being on her stage. So thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you all.
All right. We are still going strong. Please stick around. If you can't stick around for any reason, grab our VIP replay with some extra bonuses and goodies. I know we'll have a lot of people signed up and not everyone showed up, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of us watching the replay. So make sure you click on each gift for each speaker next to their video. And I know we're running a couple minutes behind, so I don't want to talk too long. And welcome our next speaker, Paula Allen. Welcome to the stage. Paula is here with a very unique gift. She gets shit done, okay? That's how I'm going to say it. So she has a team. She's an online business manager, and she helps entrepreneurs and small business owners just like you and me maximize their ROI while saving time and money. Everyone should have Paula's team on their team because she helps with everything from content management, blogging, social media, email marketing, even events, production, and organization. Her team is highly organized, specialized for over 20 years. So I don't want to say too much because I do want to ask you, what got you into this business and why did you decide to do this, particularly with help entrepreneurs with this? Where did you see the lack of, or what kind of, and how do you fix that for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so honestly, it was in the early 2000s, and what I saw was a lot of business owners were online. I was running a transcription company online at the time, and I saw that the business owners were struggling because they were spending $5,000-$10,000 building websites at that time on WordPress. And then on someone's WordPress platform, it wasn't open then. The internet was a lot different in the early 2000s than it is now. And so what I saw was that they were charging them a lot of money just to put up a blog every week, just to do that. And people didn't know how to use the tech. And I have been in tech since I was in junior high school, and just playing with computers and things like that. And so I became the chief button pusher, is what I say. And I figured it out to where I could charge a lot less than $1,000 to a management company and help with some VA stuff so that they could get their businesses online. Because that was my biggest thing, was I feel like especially women in the entrepreneurial market, they get caught behind the tech or behind something and they don't get their businesses out to the world.
Yeah, totally. I see that. That's kind of why I created this summit, right? I've been flying solo for so long for many reasons. So what do you think is stopping us? I think if I offer someone, hey, do you want to have a team helping you out? They'd be like, sure, yeah, I'd like that. But yet not everyone is using, right? Not everyone is using teams. Not everyone is, a lot of people are stuck in the employee mode, doing everything, wearing all the hats. What do you think is like the biggest thing stopping people? What do you see? Why don't they?
I honestly I could get really deep and say it was the 80s when you can do it all. You can bring home the bacon and fry it up in the pan mentality, right? You can do it all yourself. You can have your family. You can do it. And the push, and yes, you can. And what does that mean to do it? Because even when you introduced me, you said she does all these things. No, I don't. My team does a lot of that, right? I don't actually do it. I know how to do it, and I can support them well in making sure that they can do it for our clients. But no, I do not do it.
Yeah, you're right. It's your company. Yeah, it's your company that does it. I love that distinction too. Yeah. So at this point, you've done that. What do you think is like the biggest benefit of working with you?
Of working with me, I think it's that most VA organizations are set up a little different than what mine is. Mine is you get me first and you get me only as your touch point. So my assistants may pop in and need a code for something, because this world of security is both the most wonderful thing that we have and second, the bane of my existence, right? Because we need a code for every single thing we have to get into for clients. And as anyone that's behind the scenes knows, or even your own self as you're trying to log in every single day to everything you do. And so I think it is that with me, you get all the strategy. I've actually ran businesses since I was 10 years old. I was telling on another show I was on today, I was telling someone that I was the original Babysitters Clubs and I should have written the books. So I've been in business since I was 10 years old, which is a lot of years. And so I've learned a lot. I love business. I love how businesses run, how they build, what all that is. And I was just writing my blog about putting all the pieces of a puzzle together.
Wow, 10 years old.
Business. Yeah.
That's amazing. I have kids who are a little older than that. I need to get them started. That's awesome.
I don't think you can actually do babysitting at that early anymore. That was a different world in the 70s.
Yeah, there's probably, my daughter got certified around the age 11, but there's so much you can do online, right? If you have the entrepreneur mindset.
Oh yeah.
Love that.
Kids can make, yeah.
And listen, I totally get what you're saying, because I've been doing most of the work myself, but I've also hired some VAs, some virtual assistants, some assistants. And let me tell you, not every virtual assistant or assistant is the same. That's why I invited you here, because I know that your team is highly skilled, specialized, and I love that they have a touch point with you, the business owner, so that they get to have that point of contact. And I would rest assured of referring everyone to you, because I know they're going to be well taken care of. So please tell us, what are you going to be teaching today? And teach us.
So this is what I'm talking about, is how to build your dream team and make it work, right? So the first thing is you do need to know what the dream is. As the CEO, you have to know what your dream is, right? And by the way, thank you for putting me after Dr. Ola. So now I feel like, oh my gosh, do I have all my stuff together? My speaking stuff. And so when you're talking about building your dream team, You have to do it all yourself first as an entrepreneur. You are doing it, right? So what are you doing to put in place so that someone else can come along and do it for you? So if things happen, you don't feel good, you can't get things, you have 12,000 things going on, life happens. We all know life, that gets there some days, and that it could still move on. And first of all, it's what we talk about, what you can outsource. And so I'm going to talk, I identified 5 areas that you can outsource, and my free download has these in there. You don't have to take 12,000 notes. Your 5 areas are your tech, your content and marketing, your client care, your general admin, and then you've got your specialists is what that last category. I call that your bookkeeper, your legal services, your coach, because believe me, your VAs are not your coaches. They are just going to help you with your business. They don't really care about the rest of your life too much. And I say that personally, I love everyone. And it's like, if I'm on a business call, I'm like, let's get your business moving. What's that look like? I need to know about your life because I need to know how you're doing and where you're at in your thing. If the kids are all starting school on Monday, I know Monday morning is going to be a mess, right? And so we're not going to have an event on Monday morning, right? When the kids start school, right? I'm going to say, hey, maybe that's not the best idea. Things like that. But we have to work together as a team, but you also need to know. So you can delegate all of that stuff, and you're just sitting there probably thinking, oh my gosh, that's so much work to have people to do all these things. And there's one reason I put it into 5 categories. And the first reason is exactly what you said, Justyna. It was that not all VAs are the same. I would hope not. No, you do not want them all to be the same. You are not creating yourself in your business. You're creating the support you need for someone who has expertise in something. So if they're a social media person, then and content and marketing person, they're more likely not going to be your tech person. Their brains are different. I am not much of a creator now, a digital creator. Like I won't make everything aesthetically beautiful, gorgeous, popping off the wall. I'm not that person. I will, but your tech will work well if I'm working on it, let me tell you. So I need to bring people alongside me, even in my team, that do the design stuff better, because that's not what I do very well. And you will need to know, what is it that you want to do in your business? So that's part of your dream. How do you build your dream, right? What is it your business going to look like? What do you want to do? What do you want to be the things you do, right? I am writing my own blog, but I don't write anyone else's blogs. I used to try to do that, and I can do it, and I can be really good at it if I need to. But I don't want to. I want to write my own, right? And so I have someone else who writes blogs now. We won't get into all the AI and stuff because I know that's where Justyna goes, and I can't wait to talk to her more about that. But there's a lot of tools now that can help you as well and help your VAs get this stuff done more quickly, easily, a little bit more in your voice. Things like that. I haven't so we'll talk about building your team with your tools today, but we'll talk more about building it with your people. And so you need someone who does client care. One of the biggest things in your business is your clients and keeping them moving, what that looks like. If they're an incoming client, which could be a hot lead is an incoming client, right? Is an incoming client, whether they're a client right in your programs or they're all the way out, you need someone to help you with those systems. And I'll tell you, because first of all, you need automation, but you also need a personal touch. People need a personal touch when they're paying you for their stuff. So you need all of this, and then just general admin, and then of course tech. I will always talk tech, integrations, automations every day, all day long, as much as possible, but not taking yourself out of it, because you cannot walk out of your business. People always say, I want my business to run by itself. And it's like, no, you don't. Your business is you. Your people love you. They want to talk to you. They want to see you. You don't want that. Really, honestly, you don't. Now, sometimes you do. It's like, I have a strict no Sunday policy, and that is almost because of me. I will work 7 days a week because I love what I do, and I make that for myself, and also it's a boundary, obviously, for my clients. But it's and that is just strict policy for me. And so, what are those policies in yours? What does your dream look like, right? So as you build your dream, then you can start building your team. And how do you do this? Let's talk a little bit of logistics on how this works. What you do is everything you're doing in your business by yourself, you're making into an SOP. That's called a standards of procedure. You are recording it on, just jump on Zoom and record yourself doing it. First of all, I will tell you that helps yourself out, even if you're the one that's going to be doing it for the next 6 months, because now you never have to think about how did I make that happen in that tech before again. It's so now you've got it done and it's there. Again, you can use a tool to create SOPs. SOPs are a step-by-step process. It's a video. Some people are video learners, they have to see. And record it on Zoom and then actually with the AI transcribing tool, it does a pretty good job about putting your steps in place for you. If you just use Zoom does the same thing, and some of the other ones do the same thing. Record yourself doing the task and then put it onto a Google Doc with the name of what that task is. Now you have an SOP. Now you can say to your tech, I can't remember what your tech girl's name was when you mentioned it earlier, Justyna, but you can say, okay, Sarah, here you are. You can you go try to do this? Tell me what's missing. Tell me what questions you have, because I can guarantee you that you skipped something over because you do it all the time. And so if you have someone else do it, then you can fix it really quick. And now you have it from then on. Anyone can really do that task as long as they know the product, know how to do it. And then you go into the hiring. What will it take? What does that take? So if it's posting social media, what kind of expertise do they need? What is it they need to know? They need to know how to log into whatever posting you're doing, right? So you got to give them admin access on your Facebook page if you're going to go to Meta, or you're going to that kind of thing. So if you're going to have them post on Meta, so you have to know the tools that you want them to use and also make sure that they're qualified for those tools. Now, one of the big things that I always get the question about is, do you pay for them to be trained if they don't know it? I say no 99% of the time. And I'll tell you why. Because once I learn how to use that tool, I'm going to go sell it to 12 other people as a virtual assistant, right? So I can go make money once I learn to use it. So when someone says, do you have experience with this? I can now say yes. And I can sell it to more people. I didn't really introduce myself, but I am a 20-year entrepreneur on the online space. I've obviously been in businesses since I was 10. And I have learned a lot about working online as a virtual assistant, as an online business manager, and in the tech space. All of that is because the knowledge that I've gained is just for little tips and tricks I love to give out to people and talk to people about what's going on and how to do that. But you need to have a great question system to get VAs. And here's how you find your VAs. Hey, Justyna, who do you know that does this? Hey, Jennifer, who do you know who does this? Remember, that's what they were saying before, right? That's what the financial lady I'm really bad with names. Was talking about with who do you know? Because I can tell you that Justyna and Jennifer are not going to give me names of people they don't like, that did a bad job, that turned around and walked away and never showed up, right? Because there's a story for every VA, for everyone who's tried to hire a VA, that they hired someone and they never did the work. All right. Everyone has their story. They did it. And start slow. You do a small, that's why I was talking to the financial lady and she asked me what package you have. Start slow. We always start small because I want to make sure we get that trust. Everyone shows up. We're compatible, that everything, because I can tell you, I have worked with some amazing entrepreneurs that I could not work with. I was like, one package and I was done. Because their system, they were different than me, right? They wanted all their meetings on a Sunday afternoon. That doesn't work for me. That was one of my boundaries. No Sundays, right? They want 24-hour turnarounds. I need to sleep sometimes, and that 24 hours from 8 o'clock at night to 8 a.m. doesn't allow me to sleep, and that doesn't work for me. I'm too old not to be going to bed at night sometimes. I mean, I could do that in my 20s, but I can't do that anymore. And in my 20s, I probably wasn't working it too. I was probably out playing. And yeah, it's just, so you have to make sure that everything just gels well. So I always start very small. I'm like, I'll hire a VA into my company and I'll say, here's the 2 tasks I want you to do this week. Let me know how it goes. I want this. And I give them like what I want to see, like what communication, because communication is always the hardest. It's not really about the task a lot of times. It's 90% about the communication and how they come back, how they come in, and who they're doing, and if they're communicating with you of what's going on. Because honestly, as a CEO of your company, you're not babysitting a lot of times. You forget that they're sitting out there and that thing didn't get done until, oh my gosh, I've got to talk to that client tomorrow. And it's like, did she get it done? Oh my gosh, she didn't tell me. And so to me, I'm like, I can handle any conversation if we're running a little bit late, if we hit a snag or anything, but I need to know what that is. So the communication is key. So I always give them key check points. Will you message me by Wednesday morning and let me know where you're at and what your questions are? Well, things like that. So be very particular about that. And if they don't message you by Wednesday morning, you probably won't remember until Wednesday afternoon. Then message them and say, how is it going? You were supposed to message me and I didn't hear from you. So did I miss your message somewhere? Things like that. Maybe because the other part of that, the communication is, where are we communicating? And there's 12,000 platforms to communicate on now. And so maybe you missed it, and it gives them a chance to come back around. But that helps you find if you're going to be compatible to work together. If they'll ask questions. A lot of times the thing with VAs is they will not ask questions. They act like they know it all because they don't want to get fired for not knowing it. And I try to tell them, I would rather you ask me 10 questions and learn it than not do it at all, or to do something way out of the realm of what needs to be done. I'm not going to fire you. When people don't get fired, it's like, we just need to learn to work together and learn what your best skills are. Because once you learn what their best skills are, that you've got them going, then you can go hire your next person and hire your next person. Do not hire 5 people in the same day. It'll drive you insane because you won't be able to keep up with all the new stuff. And it's a lot of management at first. A VA won't start paying for itself, him or herself, until about 45 to 60 days in, just because it takes time to learn the systems, learn the things, learn the way of working, things like that. So manage your own expectations. They're not going to be perfect on day one. But if you're hiring someone for something in particular, it will be faster because that's their expertise, right? So if you're hiring my team to run one of your tech platforms that we have a certification in, then we're gonna jump in and get it done. It won't happen because my team is certified in those things. So that's the other thing to look at is, who you need. What level of expertise do they need to have in what you're looking for? I did put a free download for you that has a lot of this information in there and a lot of different information on how to hire VAs. The last part of it is called Do We Fit? So the Do We Fit is, who is an ideal team member for you? What fits in your team? Is it someone, if it's your customer service person, they have to be able to speak your language, talk to your clients, do that because they're going to probably be a touch point for your clients. And so you're going to want to make sure that they can communicate that way. And you may want somebody, are you a go-getter Monday through Friday, but on Saturday and Sunday, you're out doing your own thing? Maybe that's the perfect fit for your team, because you want all of those, it's like, it depends on what you want in your company. Some people are like, are you available at 10 a.m. on Mondays for a team meeting at Central Time or Eastern Time or whatever? And maybe someone in California is like, I don't get up at 7 a.m., let alone talk to people. I'm that person. When I was living in California, I was really careful because I need to be up and have a cup of coffee before I'm doing business in my brain. And so 7 a.m. that was not a time when I would ever sign up for anything for the most part. Yeah. So it's like, you need to know who might work best with you, because then you can communicate that to them. This is how I work best. Because one of the questions I always ask my clients is, how is it best to communicate with you? How do you work? What's your work schedule look like? Because if I know, like me on Fridays, I block Fridays off for meetings. Sometimes I work some, and some days I work all day. But other times I'm out playing with my 3-year-old granddaughter or one of my other family members if I'm visiting, right? So it depends, because I have lots of babies to kiss in my face. And sometimes I'm out kissing babies. It just depends on, but my assistants know that, and they know that they can how to get a hold of me on a Friday if I'm out and about and around off out of the office or whatever. Obviously they can always get a hold of me, but yeah, so just letting someone know that, because also they won't, but on a Friday, they probably won't ask me too many questions. That's actually why I do that, is so I can get some of my own stuff done on Fridays and things like that. So you manage that with just telling people what your expectations are. So I hope that helped. If you have any questions, I'm always around. I do offer not only this download, but I have free office hours every month. So anyone can jump in and just ask questions about strategy, about putting together their dream team and all of that. I do have a dream team directory that I'm pulling out of the garbage can. It wasn't in the garbage can for real, but I just hadn't done, I had launched it a couple of years ago. And because one of the questions I always get, being online for 20 years, being in lots of events, talking to a ton of people, is who do you know? Who do you know? Who do you know? And I always know someone, but I can never remember their name. As you see, I'm really bad at names. If you had a child that my first 20 years was in the early childhood world, you would be Timmy's mom, and that would be good enough for me. I would know who every kid belonged to, and I knew every kid's name, but adults, I'm not as good at with names, and I have to actually know you to know your name. So I always forget who it is that does what. And so I am putting together a dream team directory, and I literally am pulling out my Rolodex. It's like my Rolodex, but it's also, I still am part of very many communities in this country and lots of women, wonderful, amazing women in business. And I love to give out referrals. So if you want to see if you're a good fit, you're more than welcome to schedule a call with me and have a talk about it. And I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, you are more than welcome to ask at any time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Paula. I was going to ask you about your directory, but that sounds good. So you have a free call and we have a free gift. Grab the Build Your Dream bundle with 20 tasks you can outsource. I love that. Sounds like a quick start for anyone who's looking for VA. And check out Paula. I have her social media and a website link on her page. So thank you very much for joining us. I know everyone needs you, so I hope people who want to outsource and delegate are hesitating, reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You're welcome. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome. Next level entrepreneurs. You're here to go to your next level. This is why we are introducing amazing speakers today on topics that will help you get to your next level. My next speaker is an amazing person I've met at actually Dr. Ola's event. Dr. Ola, so she was on Dr. Ola's stage, and when I heard her speak, I'm like, I can't take notes fast enough. She's been amazing, and her name is Jennifer Ponder, and she's an AI consultant. So she was speaking about AI, and she's also a public speaker. So she's available if you have your own event and you want someone to speak about AI, an emerging tech program director who specializes in making challenging technology topics and innovations easy to understand and implement. She has her niche in empowering women and technology leaders with non-traditional backgrounds in the tech industry. Welcome. Hi, Jennifer. Thanks so much for meeting us.
Hi, Justyna. So excited to be here with you and your community today. I'm really just overjoyed to have been able to make it. And thank you to Dr. Ola as well, being on your stage. I know you're here. So I love to spread the good AI news. And that's exactly what I want to do for your audience today, of entrepreneurs who are looking to grow and scale and just build their productivity to the next level with this technology.
Great. I was just going to ask you, what are you going to teach us? What are you going to teach us today?
So we're going to go over really just how you can get from chaos to clarity. We know there's so much out here in the market, and it's moving particularly fast. The models, they were scheduled to move every 7 months, and now they are moving even faster every 3 months with updates. And so I want to go through that with you all. The models are really just some productivity tips for some tools that's out on the market. Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, it's like they're updating all the time, and just go through, the clarity framework that I put together that'll help you even in your everyday life. I know as entrepreneurs, we're always trying to figure out what's our next move. How can we save time, measure our productivity and all of that. But it was something I came to in my own life where I'm like, I'm a software engineer. I'm an expert at what I do. And then here's AI. It comes along, but AI has been around since the 50s. So this is just not the first go around. It's just more technically advanced now. And so just want to take folks through that timeline and just some things that'll help them in their everyday life and business.
I love it. I have a chaos
Awesome.
coordinator as my cop, so I thought of you because I love it. So you're not just teaching prompting, but really, the way I saw you speak is you making it like the chaos to clarity really speaks to me. Like you make it clear and very practical and hands-on. And you're right. I think I remember a year ago I had AI summit and someone was introducing how to have AI just speak for you, write something, and then do a podcast for you. And I was like, oh my God, this is like revolutionary. That was only in October, and since then, it hasn't been impressed me anymore because it's such a fast pace changing. So please teach us, but also can you let us know, like, how can we keep up with AI and the ever-changing technology? Is there a tip for that?
I will say one of the best things that I'll show you today is also setting your task in ChatGPT to alert you every morning about new things that are coming out. But of course, if you all are staying near and dear to LinkedIn, of course, also TechCrunch is a great news outlet for tech and just all the things that I would say any trusted news sites that you all trust, because we know there are a lot of bad actor sites out there on the market. I would say LinkedIn is one of the best ones that really keeps me up to date. Also, there are some great people like Dan Martell, great business acumen and everything on YouTube, and different people that I follow. Of course, one of the people who I love that's near and dear to my heart, Alicia Little. I'm in one of her consultant communities. And so she is coined herself the queen of AI, and she definitely has a lot to offer. And I love Alicia and everything she's teaching. And there's so many people, and there's so much room for a lot of this. I try to go by the each one, teach one method. So anything that I learn, I love to share it with others and just to see how can I help folks to grow, because we know we're not in the dot-com boom anymore. We're out of, if you can remember what AOL and just getting up to speed what that sounded like and moving to internet, and now we're in the AI revolution. This is not an area where you want to be left behind. So Justyna, you can just let me know when I'm good to share my slide and let everybody see
Yeah,
the
you can share your
presentation.
slides. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Alicia was on my AI Made Easy Summit in October, and yes, she's definitely the queen. And I know she runs events all the time, and when she runs, she's also very practical and hands-on. So I'm glad you mentioned her. Go ahead.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, everyone, I am going to share my screen here with you momentarily. And I may have to stop my slides at one point too, because I want to interact with you in the chat also as well. 1 second here. And I'm going to go ahead and present. Hold on 1 second. And I have some tools up for you that I'll be showing you a little bit later too. All right, everybody, my name is Jennifer Ponder. Really happy and excited to be here with you to share this information with you today about transforming chaos to clarity and unlocking AI for everyday life. Just a little bit about me, as Justyna already alluded to. I am an artificial intelligence consultant specializing in digital transformation with small to mid-sized businesses, where I help them to save time, build productivity, and scale not only their digital skills, but their revenue growth. Also, I have 15 years of experience as a software and cloud engineer. Tech hits home for me. I've been a tech kid probably since the age of 9 years old. And so I did not know, especially back then, that I wanted to be a software engineer, but I always knew as a kid I would end up in tech. So this is a near and dear space and such a passion for me. I've also been a technology director in the nonprofit space. This is something that led me to work with nonprofit organizations with middle school and high school students. How can I give back and really just empower students who are interested in technology and being into this industry? How can I help to mentor them? So I love that. I'm also a speaker and corporate trainer. And one of the best things I love when I can get some downtime to travel and scuba dive. Those things are really important. So today on our journey, we're going to look at how to cut through the chaos surrounding AI. As I stated before, there is so much going on out here in the market. It's, if you're looking left to right, what should I use? ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. It's more than 15,000 tools on the market out here. and how you can really cut through all of that, where to start and how to grow long term. Also, AI strategies to save time and build your productivity. And as I mentioned before, the clarity framework that will tie all this together and make it just really understandable for you, and an action plan to help you leverage AI every day. And so just really want you to know you can do this in bits and pieces and not have to do it all at once. So here's a photo of me. And as I said before, I'm a software engineer, right? So I am at a conference presenting on class component versus use effect. And this is pretty much a component in the React software development coding language. So at that time, I feel like I'm confident. I got everything together. I know what I'm doing, right? And boom, I would say around 2022, right? When OpenAI released ChatGPT to the public. And there was over 5 million users that really jumped on this thing and used it. And with tech moves at the speed of light. And so in my profession, I'm learning a new coding language probably every 3 months. What you learned 6 months ago is definitely obsolete and you have to keep moving ahead. So once AI came around, there was a little bit of overwhelm and some chaos in the market for myself as well, because I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to transition to AI to help me also in my work. And how can I get started with that? And so one of the things I really took a deep dive and took a step back to look at what is AI and what's all the chaos to it. And so if we look at AI, it's really, if we can think about data, the input of data, the training of models, and also if you have an intern and you're giving it a lot of data and it's processing data and letting you really just hone in on the creative processes of your life, but also there's instructions that we have to give it to make it better. So if we think about all the algorithms that are out here and the models that are being trained, that's all a part of AI. And so some of the chaos that we've talked about and looked at and heard about in the news, AI is taking away jobs. But here's the one thing that I do see. According to the World Economic Forum, that April 2025 report, there's going to be about 11 million jobs created because of AI. So at the turn of every technological advance, there's always more opportunities being created here. And if we think about that quote that has been going on, AI is not going to replace you. Someone using AI may replace you. So if we keep that at the forefronts of our minds, and that's why we want to jump in and make sure that we are not missing the boat with AI at all. AI is moving too fast. As I stated before, the models update and change every 7 months. Now that's even faster now. The models are getting faster. They're learning more, predicting more. Even some of the AI testing with robots now, they're testing them with emotion. So there's so much going on in this space. Also, there's chaos around where to start. Should you use ChatGPT first? Should you use Claude? Should you use Gemini? And you can use all three. It's just based on what you want to do and your use case. And how can AI help me today? A lot of times, sometimes we tend to think, hey, I'm not a software developer. I'm not so techie, but AI, there is a way for AI to be useful to everyone. So no matter if you are, and I know we're still in summer right now, we're thinking about, hey, we can have a travel itinerary and create it for a summer trip. Or also if you have summer camp, if you have kids, create their schedules for them and different things as far as how to grow and scale your business, creating a business plan for yourself. And also number 5, what AI tools should I consider? Of course, as I stated before, there's about 15,000 AI tools on the market. And if you can think about just 15,000 tools, you don't have to use them all at one time. Just continue to measure and use one tool at the time. So we're going to get into that. And so one of the things I noticed that I had to do, even in my own journey of moving to AI, I had to think about how can I break this thing down and make it more useful for myself? And so when I looked at that, I also moved to looking at what's the challenges around navigating this space. There are privacy concerns. About 70% of users worry about data protection, according to Termly, their world report. And we know there's a lot out now. And I usually tell a lot of folks, we know with any technology, there's bad actors everywhere, but there's ways to keep yourself protected online. And I'm definitely going to show you today how you can protect your chat GPT. You don't have to release all your information to the model to be trained on the model. And definitely, I do advise folks, do not put any personal identifying information into chat GPT that you don't want out. And so we're going to get into that. And also, there are deepfakes. Of course, those are on the market. People are receiving calls from AI deepfakes. And I always say, think of a safe word. So if you have someone that's pretending to be son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, uncle, aunt, you want to prompt that call to see whatever their name is. You may say Aunt Mary or Uncle Jimmy, where are you? And if the AI, the bot is still just saying the same thing and confusing, you can ask it a phrase like, what's our phrase? Or where are you? And usually if you make a passphrase with your uncle, aunt, son, granddaughter, if I say, where are you? And you say pineapples, whatever that phrase you want to make up, that's a good way to combat the AI deepfakes, because some of those bots are calling around. So that's a good way to stay protected here. Algorithmic bias, fairness and representation challenges. We know a lot of times there have been hallucinations with the models and getting things wrong when you are online trying to request images and different things. And also too, as we know, there are reports that have been going around with racial bias or just unpredictable bias here, that models have to be trained better, and those things are being worked out. And there are AI ethical boards, of course, with Microsoft and OpenAI, where they are working on these things. Also, digital literacy. I'm going to move this up just in case you all can see this Zoom bar here, but digital literacy gap. Access and understanding varies by demographics. Someone who may be in a graduate school, or even, I'll just take it, younger youth, they get up to speed on this very fast. But a group that may be more technically challenged may not be able to get that. As we know that younger folks, they tend to be very fast and tech savvy, and there may be groups of people who may be 50 and over that they may not have access to certain different types of technical classes or courses or certifications. But of course, I'm one who I always try to make tech very accessible, because I have done workshop and teaching folks from different age brackets and different corporate backgrounds and all of that. So if we can bridge the gap with it, that's a challenge that's out here. And over-reliance risk, potential skill atrophy with automation. As we know now, Google is about to really Googling something is about to be something of the past here. A lot of people are going to Chat GPT, going to Claude, Perplexity, and we'll get into some of these tools I do have up with me. Are we really thinking at the critical skill level that we used to? So these are some of the challenges that you'll hear out here too, that are in the market, that have caused a little bit of chaos for us. But I just ask folks to change your mindset. And this is when I really had to think about what's the next phase. And this is where I talk about implementing an AI transformation team. So you'll see a picture of me there as a team member, and also my AI assistant. Basically, if it's Chat GPT, Claude, or Gemini, or Hey Jen, or Gamma, whatever I'm using as my assistant, I don't have to think about this as something that is going to really harm my business. This is definitely going to help, and it's definitely going to help me to save time. So I always ask people to be open-minded, to think about how can you utilize AI as a team member to help you get tasks done in your everyday life, and also operations done in your business. So as we think about this AI team, we want to think about the big three, right? About how we can save time, be more productive, and grow our digital skills across platforms, and even grow our revenue. And so this means looking at AI tools that can empower you. One of the tools I love we're going to get into is Hey Jen. So say, for instance, if you all may be content creators or public speakers that are out there, what if you have to do a speech and you are in New York, but you also need to teach a class in Germany? You can actually create your avatar video. You can clone your voice with 11 Labs, put it into Hey Jen, make that same class in Hey Jen, and it's a video doing your class for you in Germany while you're speaking in New York. Now, how much time would you save really utilizing something like that? How that could become an AI win. And that's the next thing, where you want to build everyday AI wins. If it's a report that you might have took you 3 weeks, could have been an accounts receivable report that you do every month at the end of 30 days, right? And that report could take you about 3 to 4 days. And even if it takes you a week, you can cut that time down and have that report done in 2 to 3 hours. How much time would that really save you if you think of it that way? And also taking action with confidence, knowing that you can't break the models. Again, there are safeguards that we're going to go over today, how you can protect your data, turn your memory on, and only have your model protected for your information. So some things to think about here, as far as McKinsey and Company, their survey data has reported that the global market is expected to reach 1.85 trillion by 2030. If we can think of that, is exponential growth. About 78% of all global companies use AI in their business, at least one business function, whether it's in operations, finances, HR, it can be content creation and repurposing, standard operating procedures if you're building that out. Also, as far as, like I said, with avatars, if you look online now, a lot of companies are utilizing AI avatars where they're not creating as much, where they're saving time, and they can use their avatars to do speaking engagements for them, really good FAQ pages and FAQ videos for them. If you're thinking about how can you just have analytics and just different insights through dashboards utilizing AI in your finance department, if you think about that too. So this stat was really brought it all the way home for me in thinking, look at the numbers of growth since 2017 here, and in 2025, we're almost at about 80%. So we know that's going to grow exponentially with the use of AI, and that's why you want to make sure that you are utilizing AI right away. Some things to think about as far as practical steps to AI integration. You want to find specific problems in your daily life, or challenges rather, in your daily life that AI can solve. Again, as I mentioned, what about that report? It may take you a week. What about you got some old videos that you want to repurpose? So you want to relaunch your brand, get your name back out there, get your brand back into the spotlight. If there's been some content that you got laying around that you can repurpose, and you're trying to figure out, how do I post every day? If your schedule is challenging and you can't batch content, that could be a use case for it. Also, regularly review AI effectiveness. How effective is this tool? Because you don't want to just put AI by the wayside and say it's not helpful at all, because a lot of businesses who are not utilizing AI, they are going to find themselves that they're going to be out of business over time if they keep putting this off. But I would say you want to start with about 1 to 2 processes if you haven't started using AI. And then also set up tools with appropriate boundaries. So you can also say, hey, for instance, I may want to use a tool like HeyGen to create my videos for me. But also, I want to see, how are these videos doing online? Checking my insights and analytics to make sure that these videos, because some people find that their avatar videos do better than their regular, real human videos do online. A lot of people are interested in AI content, and you can make it really fast, but that's just one use case. But also, you want to continue to refine the process for better results, like refining prompts. The better we find that we are prompting AI, we get better results with data over time. And one thing I want everyone to do, and I'll look at this in a moment, and Justyna, you can let me know as well in the back. If everyone can put in the chat for me, if you'll put in the chat for me a 1 if you're just starting out with AI, a 2 if you're intermediate, and a 3 if you're advanced. So if you can put that in, just so I know where everyone is in the audience, and we'll take a look at that momentarily here. So let's get clear on the models, because there's a lot going on out here with models if you're not sure what to use, and you can really use all of them. And so models help us to complete everyday tasks with human assistance by recognizing patterns, making decisions, and generating new content. So a lot of us have been using ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, some of us maybe DeepSeek, here and few and far in between, Quinn and Llama. And so ChatGPT, of course, the latest model 4, which you're on, has really great. The image model has definitely improved. You can do that for everyday tasks. But if your work is research heavy, if you set that to the 03 advanced research reasoning and also click on deep research, it will give you great information to help you with your reports, or if you're writing journal articles. But if you're really research heavy, that one's another good one. The 04 mini is good for advanced reasoning. And we also know with ChatGPT, the free version will give you great information, but having a paid version on the $20 plan really gives you better results. So you can still get great information with the free model, but if you can afford the paid version, very good. And also there's a pro plan that is $200. And right now, what is in the testing phase is Operator, which is an agent. And we're going to talk about that too, because we are in the AI agent time now. That's what we're moving to. And so Operator is an agent that it can book plane tickets for you, book restaurant reservations for you, if you can imagine that. But you're giving it the permissions too. So it's not just going online, taking your credit card and buying all kinds of stuff. There are parameters and guardrails, so you can be rest assured that it's just not buying stuff. But if you can imagine how much time you'll save if you want to set Operator to perform those actions for you. Also, Gemini right now, the 2.5 Flash Pro, we're going to look at a video that I created in Gemini just to show you how powerful that model is for advanced reasoning. Claude is on Opus 4 and Sonnet 4 right now. Really good model for coding, advanced coding. Research can really get you on Opus, really good research-based information and data analytics and creating graphs. Quinn may be not so much used. This is typically more so in data science and analytics. Llama, really good for tech, and also DeepSeek 1 and 2. We have those versions out for advanced reasoning. And DeepSeek, typically, I always recommend that people, if you're going to run DeepSeek, run it on a computer separate from your computer that you do a lot of tasks on, because it is data heavy. So you are going to use a lot of your computer processes to run DeepSeek. But definitely these are models you want to become familiar with. And so when we think about prompts as well, it's just the instructions on what you do. As we think about your prompts your results are going to be only as good as the data you put into it. So you want to make sure that you're giving ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude as much information as possible. Give it context, give it a task to do, and give it details. So for instance, I usually like to give my prompts a persona. So act as an expert or world-class business coach or content creator, and help me to create a engaging commercial that I can use to post online on social media. You can say, if you want to do a LinkedIn post, you can even put, I need a 9x16 post, just to give it that extra information. You don't want to just say, help me write an email about dogs. No, you would like to say, act as an expert dog breeder. I would like to write a post and just say, if you have a dog breeding business, what you want to do. You might want to help me to write an email for helping my clients to save 20% off. We're launching a new brand. So you want to give it as much context as possible for what you're doing. And the most important thing to know, of course, garbage in, garbage out. So like I said, don't give it basic prompts. The better your prompts are, the better your data is going to be, better your results you'll notice too, to help you change your writing. So generic robot writing, we want to watch also too when we're prompting. And one of the things that has really helped me, and I test this from Alicia Little, she is one that has been great at teaching this as well, training ChatGPT to write as you. And so when you give it information on helping it to train in your voice, it's not going to sound as robotic. So we know how we can spot the fakes sometimes when we look at AI writing versus if we put our spin on it. So if you look at this particular passage here, living your best life and finding purpose, what does it really mean to live your best life? Is it having a dream job, traveling the world, or finally hitting a major milestone? While those moments are powerful, living your best life is less about what's happening outside of you and more about how aligned you feel on the inside. It's about waking up with a sense of direction, knowing your actions are meaningful and feeling rooted in purpose. So you see how this kind of sounds very magazine-y, but just basically a little generic here. It says, if we go on to the myth of the perfect life, we're surrounded by images of curated success, luxury lifestyles, picture perfect families, dream jobs. You see how it sounds very by the book here. But let's think about the TADA framework. And this is something, again, Alicia Little, she teaches this as well, how you can train it, ask it, and you're telling it to dig for additional resources, and you get additional data, and also how to assemble it. So when we're thinking about training here, now this particular one was trained, and what you can do, you can take ChatGPT and train it, and I'm going to show you that in just a second in ChatGPT, where you're going to personalize those settings. Now look at this one, living your best life and finding purpose, the code that unlocks everything. You ever have one of those mornings where you wake up, stare at the ceiling and think, there's got to be more than this? You check the boxes, got the degree, landed the job. Maybe you've climbed a look title or two. You've even earned a few accolades along the way, but sometimes in the rhythm of the routine and busyness, getting things done, you quietly whisper to yourself, is that it? That question, my friend, is not crisis, not a crisis, it's a calling. So can you see the purpose here when you think about training it? So I'm gonna stop the share for I'm gonna stop my slides for just a minute here, and I wanna show you how you can do that. So if we go over to, I'm just heading over to my ChatGPT here, and I'm gonna get out of my task. Let's go back. Actually, I'm gonna open another one, a new one here. Let's move this down just a little bit. So what I want to show you is down in the settings. And so as you look at how to customize ChatGPT, you want to think about, of course, enter your name, tell it what you do, and then what traits you should have. And so what I typically tell people to do, when you go to customize this, first what you want to do is ask ChatGPT to act as your best book writer or ghostwriter for you, and write what you think my style and tone is. And so what you want to do is tell ChatGPT that you're going to give it 2 transcripts of your writing. Could be a podcast you've done, an email, any kind of article you've written, and your best bio. And what you want to do is go through and have ChatGPT to look through there, give it some time to think. So ask it what your tone and style is, and then to put it in the first person. And so this is when we go through and look at what traits should ChatGPT have. And this is where ChatGPT is going to give you that information. And so mine was, my tone is warm, welcoming, and purpose driven. I like to sound human and not robotic, professional yet professional. And so that's going to come out of that first person tone there. And then if we go down to think about just any sayings you might say, and also this is where you'll put your bio. Anything else ChatGPT should know about you, you're going to put it down here. And you want to make sure you have this enabled for new chats. Now, you can turn it off if you would like to, if you don't want it to write as you in new chats. But this is just something to help it sound more human and train it for you. That's something that I wanted to show you. And also a space here in our settings as far as personalization. You have custom settings here where you can reference save memories, because the memory is getting better more and more all of the time. So that's right up under your custom instructions. And also data controls, improve the model for everyone. This is where I mentioned something to help to save your data for you. You can turn that off so that the models are not being trained with your data. So that's just something I wanted to show you. I'm going to jump back in. Actually, I'm going to look at the chat and look at what we have as far as where everybody is. Okay, so we have some intermediate folks here. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to go back into our present mode. Give me 1 second. Okay. And so when we look at prompting also too, we don't just want to just look at our structure, but there's also a way that we can have advanced prompt worked for us. So retrieval-based prompts, this uses fact-checking, summarizing, FAQs. This is an advanced way that you can get the most out of a retrieval-based prompt if you're asking it to write a campaign for you. It's going to go up against the internet. It's looking at different resources to gather this information. You may say, I need write me email, 3 versions of an email for a luxury and sustainability company. And I want you to look at all the market research that's out there now to help me with that. The retrieval base will come back with so much research and information for you. Also, the 0 shot type of prompt is ad hoc reasoning, creative ideation, and brainstorming. It's very quick, really just quick reasoning and not really a lot of just steps to it. And also a few shot is a template-based task mimicking specific styles or structured outputs. So for instance, if you want to write a different type of content creation email, these are certain emails for podcasts. For instance, if you have a podcast community or content creation community, and you want to write it in different template styles, addressing your audience in different ways, I typically use greetings, friends, or you may use welcome member or whatever you like to say. And also chain of thought. So think about logical reasoning, calculations, and decision making. These type of prompts will walk you step by step. So say, for instance, if you want to know what your ROI is buying certain tools, luxury tools versus the sustainability tools, and I'm just using this as an example, it will walk you step by step through its reasoning of why you should look into buying those luxury tools versus the sustainability tools, how much you can save, maybe how much time will go into your project. But as you think about how you step into each one of these. So when you think about prompting, there's a huge amount of things that can go into that. And so let's talk about saving time here. So that's something that we all want to do as entrepreneurs, how we can gain our time back. So some tools to help you incorporate in your everyday life, which I've talked about, of course, writing, preparing outlines, clarifying emails. I'm sure some of you, of course, use ChatGPT, Grammarly, Copy AI, and Jasper AI for those copywriting tasks. Gamma app and Beautiful AI create great presentations in minutes. In Gamma, you can have a presentation done for you probably in about 2 to 5 minutes, even under that. Notion, Otter AI, and Read AI are good for summarizing meetings, notes, and also doing templates. Like, for instance, if you want to make templates for your audience, if you're creating freebies and different things, Notion is very great. Buffer AI, Predis, and HubSpot are great for social media posts when you need to post those, and optimize batch posting as well. Content creation. So let's talk about audio and visual tools. So I'm sure, as you all know, I'm a lover of HeyGen. I talked about that a lot today. AI-powered video generation platform. You create videos in over 40 languages. 11 Labs helps you to advance audio AI voice cloning program. You can use 11 Labs for different things. Of course, recording podcasts, also recording batch content, different voices that you need. You need about 2 minutes. So if you have any copy, you can just do a voice note on your phone, record your voice. You can upload it to 11 Labs, and you can really use it in different scenarios for voiceovers. Descript, one of the great text to video platforms with the eye contact AI feature. So sometimes if you're doing your videos and you happen to notice that your eyes are leaving the screen, the AI within the Descript platform, that eye contact feature will help to bring your eyes back to focus to center. So I love that. Opus Clip, really great if you have webinars or different 1 hour, if you have talks, webinars, or anything that you're doing, and you need some clips, some reels, it'll create 30 to 60-second viral content for you. And so I do have a video here you can see.
No sound.
Okay, you can't see it. Okay, 1 second. You bring that down. There is a share sound button. Okay, here we go. Let's play it again. Let me know if you can hear it.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Ponder, founder and CEO of Nexora Strategy Consulting.
Yes,
I'm here to help you digitally transform your business with the power of AI and help you save time, get back to more productivity, and streamline tasks in your everyday life. I look forward to helping you gain clarity around this new technology landscape without the chaos.
Were you all able to hear that?
Yes, it was just a little bit quiet, but yes.
Okay. Okay, let me see if, is
Hello,
that any
my name
better?
is Jennifer Ponder, founder and CEO
Same.
of Makeover Strategy Consulting.
Okay.
I'm here to help you digitally transform your business with the power of AI and help you save time, get back to more productivity, and streamline tasks in your everyday life. I look forward to helping you gain clarity around this new technology landscape without the chaos.
Okay.
We
So
can hear it, though. We can hear it. That sounds good. Is that supposed to be like your voice, or is that AI voice?
that's an AI voice, but I do have my voice in 11 Labs. This was just a quick video so you can see the avatar video at work here.
Got it.
So I'm going to stop the share for just a moment. Let me go back in. Sorry about that. It was actually supposed to go back in so I could show you HeyGen really quickly. And some of you all, I did a quick little promo video here. You may be able to hear this one as well. I'll let you hear it.
Hey there. I hope you are doing well. It's Jen Ponder Speaks. I will be speaking at Amplify 2025. I hope you're ready because this will be a day of impact, inspiration, and increase. Grab your closest friends and get ready for this conference to blow your mind. Don't meet me there. Beat me there.
So this is just showing you what's possible in HeyGen. If you wanted to create a video, you can do the 9x16 as Instagram, a landscape, and just look at creating avatars. If you want to upload your own avatars, they have avatars, different ones that you can search through, of course. Type your script over here. This is just to show you you can upload audio from 11 Labs here, or you can record yourself, and then it'll offer you, you can put captions on, change the background, and even publish that. So I just wanted to show you that, the platform HeyGen, if you don't have a HeyGen account. Okay, I'm gonna jump back over to our slides here. And so when we think about automation tools as well for our workflows, now I know a lot of us, we're getting up to speed with, we want to do good prompting and have AI skills with good tools, right? But also, what about our workflows? If we have an email, once we send out emails to our welcome list, then we want to send a trigger to send them through customer onboarding, and then send that through to our Trello or even our Monday.com portal in our CRM. You can make those types of things. With Make is one platform which allows you to build and create complex workflows. It's like a drag and drop particular form, and it uses instant webhooks that create those triggers to let you know when something is moving every step of the way. Also, NAN It's also a platform where you can build workflows using a drag and drop interface as well. And it connects apps and chatbot creation as well. And this is really good for developers who are like myself. This is a little more intuitive on the developer side. Make is very good, but definitely you don't have to be a developer to use NAN. Anyone can use it. It just takes a little bit of practice with it, but definitely can be used. And also Zapier. Users and businesses are able to create automated sequences without the need, no code, folks. So if you're a person that I just want some easy, seamless drag and drop, Zapier is great. And I would say all of these platforms, NAN is a little bit more on the implementation coder side, but Zapier and Make certainly can do that for you. And so when we think about just use cases here, hope that goes up so you all can see everything. Sorry about that. The tailored benefits use cases across roles here. If you're a coach or a speaker, you can repurpose content with AI, of course, custom coaching summaries, build a personal knowledge base or assistant. Also, a content creator, you can generate thumbnails, brand graphics, 30-day content calendar, build an AI content-driven system. Also, authors, you can draft quicker outlines with AI now, build book carousels, build personalized reader engagement assistant, and also corporate executives, you can develop avatar content for workshops, AI-powered executive dashboards, and use custom GPTs to create company AI training platforms. So this is just allows you to see what's possible And I also have a prompt here. One of the things that I wanted to show you as well that's really good with, I'm going to share my screen again for you to see here in ChatGPT. Let's just go out of this for a second. I'm going to go out of the slides to ChatGPT here. I have a prompt for you where I talked about if you're acting as a business coach, right? But I have here, act as an expert content creation coach who is well known for helping women entrepreneurs scale their businesses to $1 million quickly. You have a 92% success rate in helping your clients achieve goals. I'm a woman business owner looking to scale my business and need comprehensive content growth plan. So just look at you can make it as long as you want, but I just want you to look at, when you're going through with ChatGPT, how comprehensive this plan can be for scaling your business. And we're also going to look at ChatGPT if you're creating your own personal GPTs to save time. So if you think about, there is a task that you do, say for instance, there's a certain report that you need to run. You need to run that report often, all the time. It never fails, every month. And you have the set of instructions that you need. You can set up that GPT to save you time to create that particular GPT that you need. So look at how it's giving you personalized scaling plan and discovery questions. You can fill these in and it'll give you a detailed actual plan here of how it's going to do it and the next steps that you need. And I can show you a more detailed one, but I just wanted to kind of show you that one. And also let's go through the exploring the GPT store. Give me 1 second. So you can go here to find any GPTs that you need, of course, but if you want to create your own, you go to create. Really hope that bar is now in you all's way and that you can see. But you can do, if you want to create a fast one, you can tell ChatGPT what you would like. And also you can configure your own where you're giving it a name, a description, giving it the instructions on what you'd like to do, and any conversation starters that you would like to use. One that I have that I created that I think is a good one that I can show you here. Let's see if it's going to go to it. My talent showcase event generator. And so I just created one just to show what do I want to do as far as I'm A&R representative. I'm looking for talent. Want to go to a venue. Need to host this. I wanted to create this for some business executives. And they just needed something to look at. And we're going to go in and I'm going to show you the edits behind it. Help me plan engaging events for music artists. It's a talent showcase event generator. Act as if you are a music AR executive. You see how I gave it a persona there? You will provide me with event suggestions to hold a showcase for music artists, and you will provide me a list of suggested songs artists can sing and also suggestions for venue options. So it just allows you to see in the conversation starters, you can put that in and it'll go through the questions for you. So if you have anything like that in your business where each time you can just use a GPT to save time and it'll look through and give you those venue options and also the address of the venue. So if you have something like that where you're an events creator, or you can use this with anything. Of course, I have other things here that also you can create something like this that is an icebreaker buddy. I know I got this from one of my AI communities, but just to show you what you're able to create if you need to create icebreakers for your team, if this is something you do to start meetings. So that's just something that you can do. So we're going to get back in with the clarity framework here. So always think of, when you think of AI here and utilizing it, curiosity over fear. Don't be afraid. Go ahead to jump in and get started. Learn one new use case at a time. So if there's a use case where you are trying to repurpose content or also create an outline for your business, apply it to life, work, and business. If you want to take pictures of something that's in your, I always give people this example. We're always looking for what to cook for dinner, right? So if you take pictures of what's in your refrigerator or what's in your cabinet and ask GPT to give you a 5-day meal plan with these ingredients or a recipe, and even when you're out at a restaurant, you can take a picture of a specific item on the menu or a wine and ask it to give you information about it. Also, in work and business with those business plans. Definitely can do that. Reflect on what's working, making sure you're keeping track of what tools you like, such as, and I'll show you all ideogram if you like that, or Leonardo AI for creating images. Which one works better or which one looks more realistic? Keeping track of the prompts that work for you as well, and integrating it into your routine. You don't have to use AI all day, but also make sure you're just integrating it. If you're just starting out, using it once a day, or either using it for heavy products at the end of the week. If you're doing a 4-day work week, for example, in your business, and on Fridays, you utilize AI all day or just for an hour to see how it can help you. And also continue to test it often and know that your prompts, you're always going to be open to utilizing that, and notice that your future starts right now. So we want to make sure that you are utilizing all of that. And so how it's going for me now, embracing AI every day, right? So after just looking at the journey of where I came from as a software engineer to utilizing AI, I created an AI strategy map. How am I going to look at this thing, really defining it, really working on normalizing the models and what they can do for me and what's the powerful, as I stated before, utilizing Gemini and noticing I can turn on the ChatGPT, and noticing I can turn on the O3 advanced reasoning and click on deep research to get detailed decisions when I need to do some deep research for a report. Reframing how you see AI. I know it's sometimes we can have that thing in our head, I'm not as tech savvy, I don't know this stuff. Reframe that AI can be your digital transformation assistant and help you to get tasks done. Learn a new tool every week. It can just be one. You don't have to bombard yourself. So say, for instance, if you want to utilize HeyGen and create avatars for 1 week, then you use BigView AI. And this is a great tool for when you need to record videos and you need to read off of a teleprompter. If you're a person that's speaking, eScript, and also Pictory, where you're doing text to picture images and you want to test that to see which works best. Definitely do that. Build and test. The only way you're going to utilize it every day, create something and share what you learned. You can share it with your online communities and on social media, and know that the future is not far away and that it's now. And this is my contact information. Of course, I'm going to go through just some quick tools with you all before we leave out, just to show you some web pages, but you definitely can find me at jenniferponderspeaks.com. I am Jennifer Ponder Speaks on Facebook and also Instagram. And also there is my LinkedIn. You can take a snapshot of the QR code there and will lead you to my website. And we're going to drop that in the chat with the links as well. But I definitely want to get a chance to show you all some other items really quick. Let me move this down, the presentation down. But Perplexity is a good research tool also. So outside of just doing research in ChatGPT, Perplexity gives you great results when you need to do any data. Let me see if I can move this bar down if you all are having trouble seeing. Ideogram is good for different images that you need to create. Of course, Leonardo AI is out there. Lovable. Now, if you want to build great websites, right, and this allows you to connect it to Superbase for a back end. So if you need a quick landing page and you want to build something that will give you, say, for instance, let's create a website for my dog sitting business that let's look at, let's clients book. And I'm just entering in, this is something just really random here. Let's say And we're going to let that build for a minute, but I'll show you this quick website that's going to do in Lovable. But we talked about Gamma. Of course, in Gamma, you can create websites. You can create any type of presentations. You can import or paste in text. Let's see, you could generate a presentation, web page, document, of course, describe, create. Pitch deck for my company. Also, Gamma has free and also paid plans. And so as you can see, this is generating in seconds, and it allows you to really, it'll generate this in seconds for you. Let's take a look at our Lovable site if it's here. Probably still creating it, but it's called Cozy Critters Care. So this was our dog sitting company, but I just wanted to allow you to see this. But if you can see the speed at which Gamma is creating this presentation, if you need a pitch deck, how long, sometimes it would take you about what, a day or two to create a PowerPoint. So if we think about how next level that is, and just how fast this is creating, right? So it's going through quantum dynamics, we're defining enterprise AI, the problem, our solution. So this is an example pitch deck I just created before your very eyes here. And also, if you're looking out in Gemini Flash, how, realistic, if you're creating videos that you need in Gemini, how realistic these photos look, just as image creation here. So let's see if it's ready here. I know one thing I could do. I could drop the link if it doesn't come back. I'll drop the link for you all to see that. But just really wanted you to take a look at some things. Let's see, do I have the video there for you to see? This is another video I created in Gemini.
You need to be in the room at the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. Register and bring a friend.
So this is just showing you the power of Gemini when you have
at the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. Register and bring a friend.
This just shows you what's possible with AI now. You're doing something for your business. So I definitely hope that you all got a lot out of that and were able to see some tools that were very good and that can save you a lot of time, really help you with creation and everything that you want to do. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to enter them in the chat. I'm happy to answer those.
That is great. I love it. Oh my gosh. I don't know where to start first. So I guess maybe that would be my question. What would you recommend that we start with first? Everything is amazing. What's your number one tool?
I said my number one tool I always go back to that starts with ChatGPT. Great prompting. Grammarly, I think your Gamma AI, is that what you're asking, Beverly? What's Gamma? Gamma is good for creating presentations, and also you can create websites off of that. But ChatGPT is always the go-to, because what happens in ChatGPT, you create your primary prompts to use in these other apps, of course, right? You can refine and make those prompts better. But if you wanted to use, say, for instance, you need to spin up a website, right? And I don't have time to hire a developer. I can go to lovable.dev, or I can go on Gamma and create a website really fast. If you happen to be using Gemini or Claude, you can create I just wanted to show you just the difference in images and how realistic they can look for you. So definitely don't be afraid to play. Just wanted to show you what's out there, really. But I would say if you all have already started in ChatGPT, that's a great place to start. Don't be afraid of Claude either. Claude will give you great results as well and tell you what to do. It's more advanced research, data reasoning. So if you have a lot of data-driven work, really good. Okay, so I think, Beverly, you mentioned Gamma. Terry, you asked about the World Guinness Record. So I created I had a cloud script that I had to, I was going to get some other cloud developers. And so I had to get it completed in a certain amount of time. This was a cloud engineering script that I had to do that I had to complete in a certain time. So I think those are all the questions. Thanks everyone for your questions. Again, you can find me at Jennifer Ponder Speaks online. And also I have added my LinkedIn and everything. So I was excited to share this information with you all and hope you got a lot out of it.
Yes, thank you so much. And everyone, please click on the link in the chat. Jennifer is giving away have free AI content creation tools document, a productivity prompt guide, and has a special offer. I also included her social media link in there. So connect, because she's full of knowledge, and I know we can't quite get it all in one sitting, but I know you got some golden nuggets as I did. So please continue or connect with her for more info and click on the link in the chat. And if you want more, you can definitely upgrade to the VIP replay. Christy, if you could drop that so that you can keep all the recordings. And thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us today and teaching us so much good stuff. Like I thought I knew AI, but you definitely showed me more.
I am happy to do it, Justyna. Happy to be here and happy to share this knowledge with your community and your attendees today. So I look forward to helping everyone. And I added a V.I.P day to the list. Work with me if you like. I love to show you how to grow and scale your business and build additional revenue streams. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Great. Thank you. All right. Welcome to the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. If you've been here all day, we have a couple more speakers on. They're amazing, so don't leave. If you're new, welcome. We're here to scale through our next level with our Next Level Entrepreneur Summit speakers. And I have another amazing speaker, Elaine Turso, and I want to welcome to the stage. But first, I want to tell you that she is your business fairy godmother with a side of tough love. I love that's the way she named her, and that's so very true. I was on Elaine's summit last month, summit about summits. So we have a lot of things in common. I'm going to drop a link to her bio and her page so you can read more. But I want to let you know that she's presenting today on From Hot Mess Express to Multiple Six Figures. And I don't know about you, but I can relate to the hot mess at times. I feel like I have a lot of ideas going on, and sometimes the implementation is what's missing. But Elaine has the magic skills of helping you to stop the spinning wheels and actually scale. She does a lot of cool stuff, from strategy to her CRM system that helps you automate your busy work, and also the summits, and basically helps you get out of your damn way and get shit done so you can shine. Did I get it right, Elaine? Please tell us a little bit more. I know I've mentioned a lot what you do, but why do you do what you do? Because I think a lot of entrepreneurs need someone like you to really, like I said, I know I'm in my way a lot. So please tell us. Oh, yes, sure.
There we go. Now you can hear me. Yes. So the question was, why do I do what I do?
Yeah.
Because I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and I don't want other people to go through it too, right? I was the pure embodiment of Hot Mess Express. And what that looked like was 13 different tools and softwares that I needed to run my business, because I used the free version of everything I could and to its capacity, which literally meant I was duct taped together. And that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago that's how I was running my business, and it was really not that fun. And I literally felt like I was my hair was on fire all the time and trying to keep up with all those passwords. And I got to change this link here, which means, oh no, please don't ever make me go back to that. I do this to try to help other people maintain their sanity and not feel like their hair is on fire and that they want to throw their computer out the window, because I wanted to. So I'm sure there's other people that feel the same way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be this way.
I know, but we need someone like you. And I'm pretty techie too, and I do summits, but seriously, getting things done for myself is a lot different than for clients, it turns out.
It is. Yes, it is.
Right? So I realized
without shoes, right?
Yes, unfortunately, yes, I realized. And I had a couple other summits and events going on for my clients. So tell us, who is your ideal client? Who really you really resonate with, and who do you help with and make the most difference?
So people that are running their business on a spreadsheet, hi, I'm the girl you need to talk to, because absolutely not. I went to, it was probably, a little over 3 years ago. I went to Satan's Ass Crack, which is Florida, for a conference. It's true. I went there for a conference, and I was in a room with other six-figure business owners. And I realized when they asked, okay, what CRM is everybody using? And there were people in the room saying that they're using a spreadsheet. And I'm like, oh my God, why are you doing that to yourself? When you are a six-figure business owner, you cannot scale larger if you are running your business on a spreadsheet. And I just can't. It's absolutely, those are my people, the people that are like, or somebody that just launched and they're like, oh my God, I just got like 10 new clients. Now what? Now how do I keep them? How do I keep them? So those are people that I love to work with, because I am all about customer experience, and I want to help my clients create a customer experience that starts way before they sign on the dotted line. Right? I want to create this amazing opportunity for their clients that keep them coming back. And it just means that we need to just sit down and create a plan. And I heard one time at a conference that the cost of your new business is your old business, which means that sometimes you got to burn shit to the ground in order to create the business that you want to have. We got to leave behind the shit that's for us and step into this new version of ourselves so that we can truly embrace the business that we want to have.
And you help us there. You hold us hand while we're burning it all.
Yes, yeah. So this is we link arms and we do this together. This is not okay, see you later, bye. Absolutely not.
That sounds a little terrifying. So please tell us, what are you going to teach us today?
So I'm gonna share how I went from Hot Mess Express 3 years ago to multiple six-figure success. I'm gonna tell you all the secrets. I'm a no fluff girl. I also love questions. So if anybody has questions, like I would love to take, if you have a question while I'm talking, please feel free to raise your hand, because I actually really love engagement, and I'm not a PowerPoint girl. So we're going to have direct human interaction.
Did you guys hear that interaction? So let's put on our cameras. Let's participate in the chat. Elaine does not mind. She's actually inviting us to ask questions and comments. So let's do that. Go ahead. I'll let you present, because I can't wait to learn. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Who else feels that when I ask you, like, what is your current level of chaos? I want you to type in the chat. Is it mild mess? Is it a hot mess? Or are you a total dumpster fire? Okay. Terry's mild. Love that. Okay. So we're not terrible, but what I see is there's a room for improvement. Okay. Paula's got the flames, which means to me, that means total dumpster fire. And that's okay, right? No matter where you are at, it is okay, because everybody's journey is different. And I want to preface this by saying we all start at zero. We all start at zero, which means that, yes, I've been doing this for 3 years, which means that I have a little more experience when it comes to setting all of this stuff up. But I started at zero too. And all I have on is time, right? So you have a zone of genius that you could teach me things that I'm like, I had no idea. And that is okay. That's why we are all business owners, is because we want to help other people. I know what I know, and you know what. So I don't want you to feel bad or like shame or anything about where you are in your journey, because we all start at zero. Okay. So I would love somebody type that in the chat. We all start at zero, because it is a really good reminder for all of us that you're not supposed to, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. You don't have to be right where I am in order to be successful. Okay. So I'm going to share with you where this all started, how I changed it. But the thing that really resonated for me was my branding. Okay. My brand was a hot mess. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I was really good at overwhelming my audience, because I talked about all the things, and I wanted to help people with all the things, which meant they had no freaking clue what I did because it depended what they saw on Facebook that day of what they decided that I did for them, for other people. I got certified in a method called the endotype formula, which Susie knows about. Woo! And I use this as a really great way as a foundation for business owners, because to me, if your brand is not in alignment, it doesn't matter what you're selling. If you've ever gone to somebody's website and you go, that's weird, your brand is not in alignment with, if you've ever gone to a networking event and you get someone's business card, you go home and look up their website and you're like, that does not represent what they were talking about. It doesn't match. And so what I love to do is help people make their business match who they are as a person. And one of the things that I've learned along this journey is when I say that we all start at zero, we also all start out as hunters. So I can imagine there's like 4 stages of entrepreneurship. You're the hunter, the fisherman, the farmer, or the lighthouse. Okay? Let's talk about the hunter. The hunter doesn't know where his next meal is coming from. The hunter is the one who's in your DMs, cold slap pitching you, trying to get you to buy something, and you don't even know who this person is. And you're like, why are you DMing me about your weight loss products? What are you doing? If you've ever received a dirty DM or a pitch slap, let me know in the comments, let me know in the chat, because I know we all have. Someone who is doing that is in a hunter mindset. They do not know where their next meal is coming from. They don't know where their next client is coming from because they don't have a process. They don't have a CRM to help them track all of that stuff. They are desperate to make money right now. And if we're all being honest, we've all been there. Not that we've dirty DM'd, but that we are scared because we don't know where our next meal is coming from. And that is a really scary place because you're trying so hard. And some guru, some bro marketer, no offense if there's dudes on this call, but some bro marketer told them that this is the strategy that you've got to do in order to get clients. They sold them a strategy that was bullshit. So we don't want to be a hunter. Okay. What I see, what a lot of people that come to me are in the fisherman category. The fisherman category is this. You catch a few fish, okay? But then you change where your boat is, you change your bait, you change this, you change that, which looks like changing your website all the time, changing your logo all the time, changing this, changing that, because you think that's why people aren't buying from you. And that's not true. It's the lack of consistency. So if you stay in the same spot, if you stay with the same bait, you're getting a couple of bites. You just got to keep the momentum up. You got to be consistent. And when we're not consistent, we're not going to get consistent results. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not about your damn logo. Your logo is not why you're not getting clients. Okay. Then we move into the farmer. The farmer is where I live. The farmer is always fed. Okay. The farmer does something every single day in order to generate consistent sales and results. Connecting one-on-one with people, attending networking events, attending Polka Dot or Entreprenista or whatever you like to hang out, but doing something every day that could generate results for you later. That could be in 3 days, that could be in 3 months, that could be in 3 years. You never know. But the farmer is always fed because the farmer is always planting seeds and knowing that it'll come to harvest when the time is right. Okay? I love being a farmer. The lighthouse is the one we all aspire to be most of the time. I'm not going to say all, but most people aspire to be the lighthouse. And the lighthouse is like huge companies. You think about Nike or Amazon or what, they don't really have to do a whole lot of marketing, right? They have an established brand and people know what they do without really having to look it up and do research, right? You know what Nike sells. You see it at the store, you buy it. You don't have to. The lighthouse has built a solid foundation where they just are, people come to them by referral. So word of mouth, referrals, and things like that, that's where the lighthouse people live. So based on all of those descriptions, do you think you are a hunter, a fisherman, a farmer, or the lighthouse? Go ahead and drop that in the chat. And while we're doing that, I'm going to answer Terry's question of, do you recommend bootstrapping via free softwares first and then segueing to paid? Okay, let me just tell you something. I'm going to hold your hand while I say this. Okay, the free softwares are not going to get you where you're trying to go. Okay, if you want to do a free trial, fine. But I'm telling you right now, investing in a CRM, investing in your business is what's going to help your business grow, because the free things are not going to give you the tools that you're really looking for. Also, I have discovered that when I have a financial investment in something, guess what happens? I show up and get shit done because I have bills to pay. If it's free, I don't have any motivation in my brain that I have to do this in order to pay bills. So it forces me, and that's just my personality type, it forces me to get my shit together because now I have bills to pay. When I hired my first coach, I didn't know how the hell I was going to pay for it, but I knew it's what I needed in order to get out of my own way and get shit done. And so it was like I needed that under my ass to get things moving. That's my personal experience. So you do what's best for you, but I am telling you, in my experience, the free softwares are not going to, I even pay for Trello. Like I have a paid version of Trello. I have the paid version of Canva, the paid version of Zoom. Like I don't skimp out on software anymore because I see the value in what it will do for me. I pay for Descript. There's a free version. I have the paid version, right? Because I see the value. ChatGPT, even though it's free, I have the paid version. So I count it as the cost of doing business. Okay. All right. So let's talk about some other ways that we are Hot Mess Express. Okay. Inconsistent or manual client onboarding. Absolutely not. I automate the holy bejesus out of that. Why? Consistency. I don't want to have to manually send someone an email. If I know that when someone says yes, that this is what the information I need, I create it as a template, and that's what goes out on an automated basis. I don't have to send anyone a manual hand-typed email because I also want people to get the exact same information every single time. So if you find yourself sending the same email over and over and over and over again, then it might be time to create a template and have that part automated into your CRM. Okay? So when I mentioned I was using 13 tools and softwares, it's because I was using the free version of everything, trying to max it out to what I could use. And then I'd have to go find another place to host that thing because I was limited with free, I had limitations. Even when I went to Kajabi, I still could only have 3 courses. And that irritated the bejesus out of me. And so now I don't have limitations. I'm a white label version of Go High Level. That's what I do. And I can have unlimited offers, unlimited courses, unlimited everything. And that's what I needed in order to grow and scale my business. So at the time, I had Member Vault, I had Kajabi, I had Wix, I had Squarespace, I had OMFG. Okay, I'm telling you guys, hot mess. Hot freaking mess. So what this is costing you to have everything in all of the places, it's costing you time, it's costing you money, it's costing you missed opportunities, and it's costing you burnout. So if you are ready to get out of this mind F, like I love profanity and I will try really hard not to say it, but if you are ready to get out of this hamster wheel, let me know in the chat. Let me know you are ready to get off the hamster wheel and you're ready to start like actually doing the things that are going to actually produce massive results for you. Who's ready? I don't see anybody typing in the chat yet. I don't think people are really ready. Okay, Justyna is ready. All right, girl. Okay, so let's talk about brand alignment. Why is this so important? Remember when I said, that's weird? It's because your brand is out of alignment. I love branding people based on their personality. There are 16 personality types and there are 12 archetypes according to the endotype formula, which is what I use to help people. And part of my free offer is that I will teach you all that for free. Okay, so Justyna will drop that link later, but I am happy to help you figure out your brand archetype. Okay, because I think it's really super important and it will help you with building yourself in the future. Confused people do not buy. I had somebody, I did a demo for someone earlier today, and I went to their website and I'm like, I have no idea what you do. I have no idea what you're selling. I have no idea how you help people because you have 5 seconds to make a first impression when someone comes to your website. And if there is not a clear-cut thing, they're leaving. And I was like, I have no idea what you do. And if you have to explain it to me, then you've lost a customer. Branding can help you with this because it's about clarifying who you are, who your clients are, speaking to them in a way that they will resonate. That's what branding is. Branding is also what people say about you when you are not in the room. It's not about, you have no control over that, by the way. FYI, you don't have control over that. So your brand is the perception of what you do and how you help people and who you are. One time I was teaching a class about branding and I decided to ask as an example, I asked on Facebook for people to tell me what do they think of when they think of me, and realized that I was using my pugs too much on Facebook because everybody thought that all they talked about was my dog. They talked about my hair. They talked about that I wear boots because I love to wear boots, and they talked about my dog. And I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I have to change. I have to work intentionally and create content that is not around my dog, that is not around the boots, and is not around my hair. It's hard, but you have to be super intentional because as soon as someone hears or sees you post something online, instantly, it's like they have decided that's what you do. And if that's not what you do, oh boy. Okay? So brand alignment, getting the clarity, confused clients do not buy. So we need to have a clear offer, clear messaging, and a clear path to purchase. What is the step that you want people to take on your website? Okay, number 2 is going to be, so we talked about branding. Number 2 is going to be systems, CRMs that are going to allow you to scale. And the thing that I love to do is implement part number 3, which is your customer experience. So from lead to the client has completed their journey with you, that all has to be mapped out. So I like to call it the stages and phases of the customer journey. Stages and phases. What happens in each stage and phase? And that needs to be automated as much as possible. Stages and phases. So let's say, for example, that you work with people helping them publish a book. Okay? Stage 1, we need to have an idea. Stage 2, they start writing. Stage 3, it goes to an editor. Right? Like from start to finish, take your business and apply that same philosophy. Stage 1, they learn about you. Stage 2, they have a call with you. Stage 3, they decide if they want to work with you. Stage 4, we do onboarding. Stage 5, so what is your customer journey from start to finish? And even after they finish, you're still not done. Because guess what? Satisfied customers will continue to buy from you. So after they finish phase 10 of your experience, now what? Is there an advanced level? Is there a level 2? Is there something else that you can offer them? It is easier to get clients that have already purchased from you to purchase again. So we spend a lot of time hunting for new clients when most people don't realize that the bulk of your clients are already in your database. Any questions so far? I know I talk a lot and I throw a lot of information out, so I just want to give a pause and give people an opportunity to ask a question if they have one. No questions? Shocking. Okay. I'm always shocked when people don't have questions. Okay, so let's talk about the DIY. Here's why DIY is not going to let you thrive in your business. Because it is not your zone of genius. When you are DIYing it, you are spending all of your energy, you are exerting all of your energy on something that is not your zone of genius. When you are spending time in technology, and if you're like, technology is not my friend, if you say that, then why are you spending your energy in something that is not bringing you joy? And I'm going to tell you right now, if you could, I'm a huge fan of, I'm a time blocker, okay? So I have income producing activities blocked on my calendar every single day, okay? Secret, write that down. Income producing activities. Then I have a list of what I consider an income producing activity. So from 10 to 11 a.m. every day, I have a list of income producing activities that I can do. Okay, so while I'm doing that and making money, that allows me to pay my VA to do things for me. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. That is not the best use of my time. Okay, so there are things that only I can do. Okay, and there are things that if it involves copy pasting, guess what? I don't have to be the one to do that. Okay, so I see Terry's question, wondering if there's a difference between branding and stacking. Okay, could you clarify more about what you mean by stacking? I just want to make sure that we have the same definition of stacking. Okay, so when we are, okay, tech stacking. So tech stacking is basically all of the tools and softwares that you're using to run your business, right? Branding is who you are as a person and the things that people perceive about you. Okay, and what you do and how you help people. So there's a huge difference between the two, in my opinion. They are not the same. So you can use technology to communicate your brand, right? So thinking about it that way. So one of the things that I am a huge believer of is that even if you pay someone $20 an hour for 2 hours a week, I don't care. What can you take off of your plate that is not bringing you joy? That you don't have to be the one to do it. We have that a lot of times, this idea in our head that we're the only ones that can do it right. Not true. Not true. We're not doctors performing life-saving surgery over here, right? It is not that serious that someone else can't step in and do things for you. And if you were to record yourself doing the thing, guess what? Now you have an SOP. Okay. So if you're afraid to delegate tasks because you're afraid someone is not going to do it like you, you're actually being really selfish. I learned it's selfish to keep those things to yourself that don't bring you joy. Because guess what? I don't enjoy keeping books or doing taxes, right? I don't enjoy that. So I happily pay someone to do that who loves doing that. And guess what happens as a result? She keeps me out of prison. I don't look good in orange. I don't want to wear prison orange. So I happily pay my bookkeeper, my CPA, $1,500 to file my taxes. Worth it. I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to wind up there. So in my head, the value is, I don't want to go to prison. How much am I willing to pay to not go to prison? $1,500 feels like a steal when you think about it, right? Happy to do it. That is her zone of genius. That is not my zone of genius. What is your zone of genius? That is what you should only be doing in your business, and everything else should be delegated. Absolutely. So I will tell you that this is the biggest shift for me, was this CEO mindset of delegating and hiring people to do those things versus trying to do everything myself. When you are doing everything yourself, you are not the CEO of your business any longer. You are an employee. Which do you want to be? Do you want to be an employee in your business, or do you want to be the CEO of your business? Huge difference. And the other thing I would love to say about that is that if you want to be the CEO of your business and not an employee, then why are you treating yourself like an employee? Because I'm going to tell you something. We take on things in our business, and we would never ask an employee to do the things that we force ourselves to do. Like work on the weekends, or work until 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, unless that happens to be your office hours. I worked myself into burnout because I didn't have boundaries that I needed in order to say, these are my working hours. I don't work on the weekends. I work at home. Do you know how difficult it is to work at home and know that there's laundry that needs to be folded? Guess what? I don't do any of that shit during the day. I have working hours, 9 a.m., sometimes 7 on Wednesdays until 5 o'clock. And that is when I am done for the day. I eat lunch in the kitchen. I don't eat lunch at my desk. I have had to create boundaries for myself. Also, I'm not allowed to scroll TikTok while I'm at my desk. Okay, I'm only allowed to do that when I'm eating lunch or I'm eating dinner, but I do not do that at my desk. I had to create boundaries for myself and say, between these hours and these hours, I have a scheduled lunch break in my calendar where nobody can schedule appointments. Why? Boundaries. Boundaries are, what are you willing to do? What is okay for you? If it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. So if technology is not your vibe, it is not your jam, it's the thing you need, but the thing you don't want to set up, hi, I can help you with that. Okay? So I'm going to give you some quick little things here, okay? So number one, you don't need more tools, you just need a better system. You don't need more free tools, you just need a better system, okay? Scaling your business is about simplicity, clarity, and automation. All three of those things are what's going to help you scale. Okay? The client experience starts before they pay you money. It starts when they contact you. It starts when they visit your website. It starts when they saw you on social media. The customer experience starts way before they pay you money. So first impressions are super duper important. Number 4, if your back end is a mess, if the back end of your business is a mess, you cannot show up as a high-level CEO. The two cannot go together. Okay? And the final one, the faster you get help, the faster you're going to hit your next milestone. And I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to leave you with this little nugget here. Jeff Bezos of Amazon did not wake up one day and have $1 million company. He didn't wake up one day with $1 million company. He started selling books in his basement. And in order to scale, he needed to hire help. And I'm going to say this with love. The people you hire should be smarter than you. Do not hire people that are not smarter than you. If you're going to bring on a team member, they need to fill in the gap where you lack. That's what makes a good team member, is somebody that can see the things that you can't see. Okay? So don't be scared to hire people. Don't be scared to delegate. It is the thing that you have to do if your goal is to scale and grow your business. But do not do it like a hot mess express. Learn from me. It does not work. And it takes you so much longer to get and reach your goals. Plain and simple. Okay, I'm gonna mic drop right now. Boom, I'm done, Justyna.
That was amazing. Holy cow. Yes, a lot of takeaways. So please, anyone who has aha moments, takeaways, give some Elaine some props or your aha moments in the chat because, yeah, I am not my next level. I take lunch at my desk, but I don't time block. And yet I know all this, so I can see why someone needs
I
me.
know, right? We know the things, but we don't do the things because why?
Right? Because something, oh, this one time a client needs to meet, right? So I continue.
That is scarcity mindset, my friend.
Yes, exactly. So I can see why we need you so much because, guys, just imagine what your day would be like if Elaine had you scheduled that way and you honored your own boundaries. Just to, what would it be like not to be the hunter, right? So I rely on referrals a lot. I don't know where my next fund is coming from. I don't have everyday scheduled income building tasks, right? What would it be like to be the farmer and work a little bit every day, right? Not all day. You don't have to go out and be on social media and promoting yourself all day. Just a little bit every day, planting those crops so that you have a harvest and work in a way that and also what resonated for me is like I'm being selfish, right? For not delegating some of this. Yeah, you're right. Because whatever I don't like, someone else might actually enjoy. Actually, I know
They
they
love it. That's why they do it.
So why am I doing it and resenting it?
Yes.
Someone else is like, yes, this is what I do.
Exactly.
And yeah.
If we don't have those clear boundaries, resentment will show up in your business, and you don't want resentment to show up in your business.
Exactly. Yes. And that's been my pattern. I think a lot of I even when I delegate and I stop myself, "Oh, they'll get to it tomorrow. I can do it today." There's always that excuse. I need to stop myself. No, I don't have to do it all because then we don't do it with joy, number one, and then I have too much on my head, and then I'm in chaos.
Yeah. So I'm going to leave you with my motto. This is my motto for the year, which is everything is figure outable and nobody's going to die.
Yes.
If it doesn't get done today, nobody's going to die. We are not doctors with life-saving paddles in our hand. We don't have a patient on the table struggling to breathe. Okay? We're not doctors. Nobody is going to die if it doesn't get done today.
I love that. Do you have that somewhere posted, or you should probably have it in your signature? Everything is figure outable.
Everything is figure outable and nobody's going to die. It's the thing that I say pretty much all the time, and now my own family has started repeating it to me. Because sometimes I need to be reminded of that as well.
That's the thing, right?
Die.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why coaches have coaches too.
Exactly.
Because sometimes it's easier to teach and not to have those boundaries. So thank you, Elaine. I really appreciate you joining. We have dropped your page in the Zoom chat for everyone. There's a free brand alignment strategy call, and I know you have a very unique method of that branding with that endo formula, as well as a special offer for your CRM collaboration partner. So thank you for being so generous and offering us these goodies. I appreciate you coming on today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Alrighty, thank you everyone again for tuning in and staying with us at the Next Level Entrepreneur Summit. I have someone amazing again. I know I have all amazing speakers. I keep saying it, but I handpicked everyone that showed up today. It was not random. I know pretty much all the speakers because they are so good at what they do. And Kristina, Jensen, we've known each other for a while. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for being here. Kristina.
Good to see you.
Yeah, actually, we were in a transformational leadership program together, and Kristina honestly stood for me like no one else ever has. It was amazing. I remember this day to a moment. I was supposed to, I think, go live on video. That's what it was. And just like what made me nervous today, I didn't want to go live on video. I had all these excuses. And she said, I'm going to run a marathon. I think you were training. I'm like, I'm going to run and get you motivated or stand for you. And she did. And I think you were sick or something. I just remember no one's ever stood for me. So I know you're a great coach because if you stood that way for me and you were my buddy, then I can't imagine how you stand for your own clients. I know that you're a business coach and you're very passionate about helping others clarify their vision, trust their intuition, and make meaningful steps forward and create a life and a business that really genuinely reflects what matters most to us. And I love that, right? Because what are we in business for if we're not creating what matters most to us? So please tell us, I know what are you going to talking about today? And I know I asked you specifically to talk about that, so it's a very good topic. And tell us why. Why are you passionate about what you're presenting?
Yeah, so for us today, it's all about sales, and we're going to train on parts of the enrollment conversation, because I know for a lot of entrepreneurs, you've been taught one way, or we've been shown one way to do it, and it doesn't align with who we are. It feels pushy, it feels artificial, it feels fake. It is using language that doesn't feel natural to us. And so what I'd love this 25 minutes to be, and then we'll have a little bit of time with questions, is looking at this with fresh eyes. If it's okay with you guys, I'd love to share my screen.
Yes.
And then what I have at the end, I'm just spoiler alert, is just to give you this actual document that we're using. So you don't feel like you have to actually take notes or anything. It's my gift to you at the end. And really go through just a different take on an enrollment conversation, because this is where my clients get stuck. A little bit of background on me. I've been a pastor for 20 years. This is actually my 20th year of ordination in the Lutheran Church, and it's a mainline denomination. And that's really the background that I take and bring to sales, is a pastoral presence, right? Where we focus on the relationship and the energy and the connection more than the end result, right? Because at the end of the day, I want us to have a relationship no matter what. And I think if you think of it, just type a 1 in the chat if this is you. You care about the person first and foremost, right? Type a 1 in the chat if that's you. You really care about the person. You want to make a difference in their life. And you're here because you want to make an impact. And it's okay to be paid and well compensated for that. But you are first and foremost here. Yeah, Terry, Juan, Justyna, Susie, Beverly, I hear you. And that's why I'm here too. And so we want to present what we have to offer in a way that aligns with who we are and what we're here to do. So whenever we think of an enrollment conversation, I like the word enrollment, because what I think of as a definition of enrollment is you are actually helping somebody see their light shining more brightly than they've ever seen it before. And what that does for them is it gives them such confidence to step forward in a way that they have never felt more excited to do, from a place of power, from a place of confidence, and from a place of certainty into the next phase of who they are. So do you hear how different that is than like just making a sale? So the power of an enrollment conversation is helping someone make a decision to say yes to them. The secondary objective is then, once that's done, is finding out, is the way that I have to help you move forward a right fit for you to do this? And so you'll see the flow that I'll pull up in a minute is to answer yes to both of those questions, right? Are you ready to move forward in your life? And is this the means to do it? And so it's a series, an enrollment conversation is actually a series of conversations, little mini conversations that you have. And so if I can share my screen here, I'm going to show you. See, it looks like I have to get this up here now. It's actually a series of 10 conversations that you have. I just had it, so hold on just a minute. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, can all of you see this? Enrollment conversations made easy.
Yes.
10 steps to close. Okay. So the first, and we might not get through all of these steps, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to really train on this, because this is really what I'm passionate about. I've done about $2 million of sales over 15 niches in the last couple of years alone. And so what I'm really passionate about now is getting these skills that I've developed into your hands so that you can make a difference with sales in your world, so that you can get the skills that are in your hands into the hands of entrepreneurs, of people who need to change their health, of whatever it is that you do, because entrepreneurs are freaking going to change the world. Am I right? That's who we are. So the first thing is to build rapport quickly. Just acknowledge and connect who you're with. So you can do that by a simple question like, where are you calling from today? Or if you've had the person fill out a questionnaire or a assessment, you can acknowledge that. So the first thing is just to acknowledge a connection that you have. It can be done, where are you calling from today, or where are you zooming in from today, or acknowledging where you've met. But just, you want one touch point, not one more than one. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to set the stage for expectations and parameters, including the time. For example, how this could go is, thank you so much for setting this time aside for you and your business today, or for you and your health today, or for you and your goals today with your life. Your time is valuable, as is mine. Is it okay if we dive right in? So when you start with that, you're setting aside that your time is important and mine is too. You're getting right to the meat of it. That lets the person know that this is something important. Then you're going to define the amount of time you have, and then ask them, is there anywhere you have to be immediately following our call? This lets if somebody has a hard stop. So for example, if you're going to say that you have a half an hour, but you really have like an hour to talk to them, but they don't know it, they can say right at the half hour mark, just as you're getting to the offer, I have to go, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. Has that ever happened to you? Right? Me, if that's ever happened to you in a call. It happens quite often. Yeah, exactly. So the way to get around this is just to ask them, because that way, if it's coming up on 20 minutes, you haven't gotten to your offer yet, you can always say, it looks like we have so much to talk about still. Would it be okay if we planned another time together before you get to your offer, so that you can control where the break is in the call? Does that make sense? Okay. So then you want to set the parameters for the call, because when you are on a call with somebody, it's all about hospitality, right? I said it's about hospitality of heart. You get to lead so that the person feels safe. And when they feel safe, when they know exactly what's going to happen in the call, they can relax. And when they relax, they can actually think and hear and be authentic with you and connect. So remember that the person is probably just as nervous to be on the call with you as you are with them, because they don't know what's going to happen. So we'll talk about where you are with your health, where you want to be, and what's in the way. At the end, if it feels like a good fit with you, I'll share how I can help. And either way, you'll gain clarity on what to do next. Sound good? So you say something like that. And with all of this, what I want you to do when you get the document is copy it. And then what you're going to do is put everything in your own words. I want you to get this and mark it up and make it your own. Okay? Because what is authentically you is going to be how you phrase things. And when you get this, practice it out loud. And when you notice where you stumble over the word, just pause and think, what am I going to say? What would I naturally say? And put that word in. The next part is the 3 questions, which really are the meat of the call. So in order to make a sale, there's 3 questions that you really need to know that I've really discovered over the experience that I've had. And that's finding out what a client needs in the subject that you're going to help them with, and why. One of the things with that is finding out the difference between what they need and what they think they need. Does that make sense? It's not always the same, is it? Sometimes what they think they need is different from what they actually need. And part of the art of the enrollment call is knowing when to say something about this and when to not. When to say something about this and when to not. You're not always going to tell them right away, oh, you think you need this, but you actually need this. sometimes it's going to come across as you're arrogant or you're telling them what to do or what they need, and they don't need that, right? So that's information just to file away and hang on to. You just need to be sensitive about what you share with them when during the call. So the first thing is find out what they need and why. The second thing is find out why they want that, right? So what do they want in their life and why? So for example, if they want more clients because they want more money in life, what do they want that for? Is it for a new house? Is it to pay their kids' college? Is it to have experiences with their kids all over the world? Like, what is the driving force behind that? In other words, what is their big why? And then finally, what is standing in their way from having really what they want and why? So what is standing in their way from being able to have the leads that they want for their business? What is standing in their way, not just time and money wise, but how are they standing in their own way? So there's some questions there to guide you through that. With all of these questions, one of the really important things to note is that you want to go deeper. You want to go several layers deeper. So there's something called the 7 whys. And so there's a philosophy that you ask why 7 times to get to the real cause of something. Now, you don't really have time, do you, on an enrollment conversation to ask that 7 times, and it would probably get pretty repetitive if you can imagine to do that. But when you feel tempted to coach somebody, what you want to do instead is ask another question. When you feel tempted to give advice, instead ask for more details about what the situation is, and you'll be amazed at what that tells you. Really connect in with the person instead of thinking through what you're going to say next, and just let your intuition guide you in that respect. So what I've put here together for you is a guide that leads you through the steps to take in a conversation. But within these steps, look at the language and determine for you, how would you say this? So, for example, after you identify the challenges and the costs, confirm what you've heard. That's the next step. Confirm that you understand what they need and why. Because most sales are lost not because they understand that they have what you need and they don't want it. It's because people aren't solving the right problem. Let me say this again. Most sales are lost not because the offer is not good or because you dropped the price objection the wrong way. It's because you're not solving the right problem. And that's a listening skill, right? It's not solving the objections. And so that's why it's really important to listen in 3, 4, and 5 here, finding out what they currently need, finding out what they currently want, and finding out what is standing in their way. And then really confirming here that you understand what they need, want, and why. And this, like, this is just a little example of what it could look like. So you're struggling with your weight. It's costing you being able to spend time with your grandchildren because when they come over, you're not able to get down on the floor or be with them and chase them around the yard. You want to be to move as much as you want to so that you can keep up with them, so that you can experience every part of life with them at all the stages. Because it sounds like you felt like you missed out a lot on your kids' childhood and you want to have a do-over. Is that right? Do you see how different that sounds than just going on to the next session and that section of the call? And then you're going to help them further clarify and make it crystal clear what they actually want. So when you're further clarifying what they want, it's just making it really clear. So would you like to stop experiencing frustration when your grandchildren come over and start experiencing connection? Do you hear how we distill that down? Because if it's true that confused minds won't buy, what do clear minds do? When you help people make what they want and need into clarity, people are more ready to make a decision. And then in presenting your offer, and what you want to do here is make what you have to offer crystal clear. So what you're going to do is you're going to think through in advance the components of your program and distill it into 3 benefits that directly translate to the problems and the solutions that your prospect is saying that they have and that they want. For example, the key components of your program. One of the coaches that I sell for still currently, she helps people. Her key component number 1 would be she helps people build all the leads they need. She helps people create sales systems to sell to those leads. And she helps people with the accountability throughout that, right? So that's what that would look like here. For me, I help people name the features and benefits of their programs. I help people feel completely comfortable for the enrollment conversation. And I give people the emotional and tactical support to knock those 2 things out of the water, right? So they get more sales and make more money. So that's what it would look like for me. Does that make sense? And so you're going to relate each key component to a problem and a solution so that they experience X that they want. And then always you get more feedback from the customer or the prospective client so that they sell you on why they want your program. So in any conversation, enrollment conversation, I've heard it said that the average talking ratio is 20 to 80%. You want to do 20% of the talking, they want to do 80. I think it's actually more like 40, 60 or 30, 70. Because sometimes there's a lot of teaching that has to go on. You need to present examples. You need to be entertaining. You need to show some education about how what you have relates to their scenario, but you can't do so much talking that they can't get a word in edgewise, right? And we've all been on those calls where it'd be better if you weren't there. There's no need for you on the call because the person is just talking so much that if you weren't there, it wouldn't have mattered, right? So we know what that is. I just want to give you, before we close, a couple of tips on presenting the investment. Now, what we've heard, what we've all been taught is present the investment. And I do recommend you say not the cost is or the price is, but the investment is XYZ. And then to stop talking. And I put that in there too, right? Stop talking, let them respond. However, if the silence becomes awkward, a couple things that you can say is this something that you want to do? And in fact, that is a question that you can ask before you present the investment. Is this something that you'd like to do? I just did that today. Is this something that you'd like to do before I said the price? It's a more natural flow. Do you agree? Like it's just a more natural flow, right? And then say the investment is $5,000 and you can say, and I have different ways that we can take care of that through financing, or you can put it on a credit card. Is this feasible for you? Because it moves the conversation along. And what I realized is when you stop talking and you're waiting for the next person to play, like that's a power play, isn't it? Do we want to make people feel like we're in a power play with them? And that's the bro club. That's not what we're about. No, just no. Let's not do that to people. So let's make people feel as comfortable as possible at that delicate, vulnerable point. We want to keep the connection, not fracture the trust, right? These 2 questions have made all the difference for me here. Is this something that you want to do? Is this feasible for you to do? And then here at the end, this is just a really quick system for you to handle objections, no matter what they are. Now, there are lots of different ways and strategies for different types of objections, and that's true. But just like where most people lose the sale is handling the wrong problem, where people lose the objection is that they're handling the wrong objection. You have to really know that you're getting the right objection. But before you do that, always ask people, tell me more about that, to find out more information rather than diving right in to give them a solution. Make sure that you know everything about what they're thinking. And so I just have a little bit of guidance there for you with that. So that's what I have for you today. I know that we're catching up a little bit on time. So the gift that I have for you today is threefold. It's basically a training pack. So I have a call for you today. It's a specific call. It's called a Sell It To Me call. So what I want you to do is to take this, when you book the call, what you're going to get is you're going to get a link to a 20-minute training and a link to this document that takes you through. And I actually want you to book this call because what you're going to do is you're going to practice with these two documents and sell your product or service to me. And then I'm actually going to give you tips on how you can improve it. And hear my heart in this. This is not for me to sell you a product or a service. If you decide that we're a good fit and you want to explore that, we can certainly do that. But I am sincerely out to help entrepreneurs feel comfortable in their own skins with enrollment conversations, because I believe that we honestly can change the industry to be more hospitable, so that it's really hospitality, the heart that people feel when we have enrollment calls, when we have sales calls, rather than a power play, a dash for cash, a staring contest, right? Think of the most uncomfortable moment in your life, and it could very well have been on a sales call in your coaching journey. So let's change that. Let's have this be an opportunity for connection, for transformation, for finding out what is really underneath us not accomplishing our goals. And I think we can transform the industry. And that's really what I'm out to do. But I can't do that alone. We need each other so that we can do that. Because really, my pastor's heart is that entrepreneurs with heart, we have what it takes to change this world because we care so much. And when we have the financial means to do that, and we need to make sales in order to do that, we can make this world a much better place for everybody. With that, I'll just ask if there's any questions. And I just am so grateful to be here with you all and to just share with you my interpretation of what enrollment sales conversations can be, what they can look like.
Wow. Wow. I will tell you, sales is probably nobody's favorite thing unless they've been in sales, meaning unless you've been trained in sales and know what you're doing. Most entrepreneurs that I talk to, this is the part that they dread, right? And I love that you call it enrollment conversation, because this is what it really is, right? We're not really selling something they don't need. We're enrolling them into the idea that they have a need and we have the solution. So I will tell you, I've been doing every sales call wrong. According to this, I tend to go way over time and give strategy and probably honestly overwhelm a lot of people with the information. Are you giving out any of the slideshow or the steps in your gift? Or
so how it works is that you book a time with me, and then in the confirmation email, what you get is you get the document, and then you get the document, and you get a video that takes you through the document. And I'll just say too, if any of you just want that and you really don't want to call, I don't have a way right now of just giving that out. So please be my guest to book the call, get the goods, and cancel the call, and my feelings will not be hurt.
Oh.
I realize that it might sound counterintuitive to invite you to do that, but honestly, I really want you guys to win. I really, and I'm happy to spend the time with you, helping you improve your sales skills, because you need the skill. You need the skill in order to make the money to stay in business. I know how transformative learning this skill has been for me. And I started out with a program that gave me a terrible model. And I got 20 no's in a row and made every single person cry. It was horrible. And then I stepped away from sales for 2 years.
Oh my gosh.
So I've been there. I know what it feels like to just think that to not want to do this at all. And I've bounced back from that. So it's possible this is a skill that can be learned.
Yes, exactly. It's a skill. No one is born and they can know how to sell. I think some people are maybe naturally better. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know it is definitely a skill that can be learned. So I really appreciate you. And I think, yes, getting the document is one thing, but I think practicing
that's where it's at.
That's where it's
Yeah,
at. So
that's where it's at.
my
So
goal
come
is
and practice.
Let's just say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Because I need your help,
Yeah.
and I'm so grateful that you've offered this to everyone in the summit. So if you're watching live, the link is in the chat. If you're watching replay, definitely the link will be next to Kristina's video. Take advantage. I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much for gracing
This was
your
so
presence and your wisdom today.
fun. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we are saving the best for the last, as they say. All the speakers have been amazing. I'm so privileged and grateful and honored to have everyone on today. And I feel like it's just like a party with my friends, except I get to learn from them today as well, because Susie Moon is our next speaker, and she's also a friend of mine. I remember working with, I just want to make sure I can, okay, you're here. Okay, cool. My VA helped. That's awesome. I remember working with Susie back when she was still in corporate and starting her business. And it's been pre-COVID, but not that long ago. She has exploded since. She's helped, I don't know, hundreds at least of entrepreneurs. I'm on her networking calls, so I see people flock to her. Make sure you click on her page and on her LinkedIn, because she goes live, I think, every week on Wednesday, and she always has something funny to say. So that's one more thing I love about Susie. She's funny as shit. So if you start swearing, talking about sex already, we're ready for you. So thank you, Susie, for joining us. Please tell us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know you do a few things, and today's topic is one of your fortes, but please tell us in general, who do you help and with what?
Yeah, I really like to work with coaches and consultants who want to kick up their game in speaking a little more. They want to build their businesses through speaking and just getting their message out to the masses, and they want to create a bigger impact. They want to be better. They want to serve more people, and they can't do that the way they're doing their business. So we really help them find the opportunities and find the networking events to go to, find out who's in the room and where their clients are hanging out so that they can build relationships instead of just spraying and praying. So yeah, it's fun.
Yes, I know it'll be on your page. You have a referral roundup, which is technically it's a networking group, but I love the way you run it because it's not your average networking group. And I feel like it's doubled since I first came only a couple of months ago. So I know it's getting popular and growing, but I love the way you run them. Do the people get to work with you one-on-one, or is it mostly in group setting? How do you help people?
We usually help people one-on-one, but we do have an offering where we do offer a group call for our clients so that they can meet one another and they can pick each other's brains and figure out what's happening in the speaking industry and what are you seeing, and could you help me with this application? I'm struggling to get into this arena. Can you help? So it's just a collaborative thing, but mostly it's one-on-one. They don't really interact unless they're on my referral roundup event that we host every month. Yeah.
Don't you have a nickname for yourself?
Oh, the Mother Nudger. People call me a lot of names, but I probably don't want to tell you all of them. You might see some on bathroom stalls. It's hard to say. I don't know where they're going to talk about me next. But yes, the Mother Nudger people, when they work with me, they know that I'm always asking, what's next? Or what do you want to do? Let's dream big. And did you follow up on that thing? Did you do this? Did you meet so-and-so? How did that go? And I'm just constantly bugging them. And I couldn't use the word nudger because in Urban Dictionary it means erection. So I stuck with mother nudger instead, which sounds a lot better, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, but I love that. I think everyone needs some Susie Moon. That's why people probably don't come and stay with you. I know you have a lot of loyal clients, a lot of friends of mine actually work with you too. And why networking? Because I know today your topic is networking is not a dirty word, and I suggested it because I saw you were talking about that. I'm like, I feel like it is a dirty word. Like, I feel like if networking is something you're supposed to do, you know, you should do. Sometimes the networking groups that I've been to weren't that fun. I feel like it's everyone selling to each other. And you do it differently, right? You say how to build real relationships without feeling fake. So please tell us, what are you going to be teaching us today?
Yeah, I am going to be talking about just the insights to what I've built over the last 6 years in networking. I've really dug into it and I enjoy it. That's one of my favorite things about owning my business is being able to talk to as many people as possible and finding out what is their gift, what makes them different than anyone else, and how can I match people up based on that gift? Who is a good referral for them? Who is already serving the same audience that they want to be in front of? So how do we match them up that way? This is a presentation that I've done a couple times, and yeah, it's for me, speaking is scary. I help people get on stages, but for me, I don't enjoy it like I want to. And that's another reason I don't do stand-up. Yeah, go figure.
Oh,
But
you mean not anymore? Because you've done some stand-up
I've
gigs,
done
right?
I've done stand-up, not the regular version that you see on stage on a Wednesday open mic night. I do more of the longer skits where I talk about my dating life and quick trip stores, all the things. But yeah, networking is one of my favorite things to talk about because I'm so passionate about doing it a different way than we have learned to do it in the past. And I think Elaine mentioned it. It's not the bro marketing. It's not the pitch and bitch or what pitch slapping. People call it that. That's just not how it should be. It should be organic. It should be fun. It doesn't have to feel sleazy. Yeah. And from somebody that just had to buy a new car recently, that whole experience was a nightmare. Just walking into a dealership as a woman and feeling like they were just trying to sell me all the features. It's just not how it works. And I even said to one of the salesmen, he was super young, 6 months into the job. And I'm like, you need to ask people what they want instead of telling people about the technology and all the new floor mats. Who cares? If you don't ask me like what I'm looking for, how are you going to know that I'm a good customer for you? You have to learn and ask questions and just dig into what people want. So I went off on him. Poor guy.
I love that. I think you did him a favor, right? Because that's so true. And that so also translates to everything we do. Because I know I've seen a lot of VIP offers, and all it is a long list of features instead of the benefit that it provides. So please take it away. Teach us the right way to network. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. So according to Harvard Business Review, 40% of professionals feel uncomfortable networking. Can you believe that? 40%? And the other 60% have got to be lying. Because I feel like most people are not comfortable when they're networking. So yes, I'm here to tell you all about networking. As Justyna mentioned, I really dug into networking to help build my business and leaning on the referral partnerships. I get introductions probably 5 times a week. I'm getting introductions all the time because I'm leaving a message with them. I'm leaving an impact. I'm telling them what I need and I'm nurturing those relationships, which is cool. If you can put in the chat, tell me a couple words that you think of when you think of networking. What words come to mind for you? Awkward. Yep. Anything else? Do you have, what value? Good. What value can you bring us? Opportunity. Ooh, that's a positive, Kristina. Nice. I like it. But most people would say it's that they feel anxious, especially if they are an introvert. You know, it feels forced. It feels unnatural. I remember when I was in corporate, I hated dressing up, first of all. I swore way too much. HR was always had me on their radar. Like, what's Susie going to say? Is she going to say an inappropriate joke? Or, you know, so I just felt like I couldn't be myself. And so I didn't enjoy networking at the time, but with having a business, you can do it however you want. That's the beauty in it. I invite you to think of networking as networking 2.0. Let's do it in a fun way. It's the old school networking is like going to a funeral and looking for a date. That's the way who wants to go there? And I haven't tried this approach to dating. I'm not there yet. Maybe as I get older, I'll have to dive in and try that. But for now, I'm going to stick to just building relationships. Another term for the old school networking, I call it the networking walk of shame, where you just collect business cards and you feel like you're working the room like a politician on election day. I really want to emphasize that it can be fun. It can be the gathering of friendly people all there to help one another out. And so I want to talk about why we network. I like to go over the four ways or four reasons why we network. One, of course, is we want to find leads for our business. That's usually an end result when you start going to networking events. It's not like you're going to walk in a room and, ooh, a lead just pops out at you. You know, that doesn't normally happen. But as those hunters, we eat what we kill. So being a business owner, you want to find those leads that are going to put money in your wallet. The second reason we network is for social reason. You know, we want to find people with common interests, reasons you join a networking group or a community online. You want to feel connected. You want to feel like you belong, that you're not alone. So that's another reason. A third reason to network is for job opportunity. You know, if you're searching for a new career, if you want to enhance what you're doing in corporate, maybe even educating yourself when you do own a business, that's one reason to network and meet more people. The last reason for networking, of course, my favorite is building those relationships and referral partners. So I want you, and I think Elaine mentioned this, I want people talking about you in the rooms you're not in. And let me say that again. You want people talking about you in the rooms you are not in. Did I miss any other reasons why you would network? Anybody have any thoughts? I think I covered them all. Okay. Now, I'm going to go through some networking fundamentals. We have the why. Now, I just want to just the basics. And you probably know these already, but I'm going to try to make them a little fun. Fundamental number one, it takes two people to network. It's hard to network with yourself. If you could, I would call it networbation. And yes, I made that term up, and you don't need to go to Urban Dictionary to find it. I thought it was as close to masturbation as I could, and there we go. I'm really enhancing the level of vocabulary here in the afternoon. You never know what you're going to get. Fundamental number two, networking is a learned behavior. There is no formula, no magic bullet. It's like sex. You're probably not good at it the first time around. Okay, I can guarantee it. All right, networking fundamental number three, it can happen anywhere at any time. You could be grocery shopping, you could be in the library, you could be getting your hair done or in the barber shop. You could be in a bathroom at a concert, at a coffee shop, a family gathering, maybe a wedding. You can be networking everywhere. And I also think dating is a little bit of a version of networking, if you think about it. Fundamental number four, it works best when you have an open mind. You have an abundance mindset where you feel like there's no competition. We're here to help one another. And you personalize it. You make it your own. You bring your own style. You be authentic. I try to be funny. try is the key word there. And I also feel like fundamental, or the last fundamental, is that networking is a process. It doesn't just happen immediately when you walk in a room. There's a process to it. So there's a before, a during the event, and after the event. That all needs to be considered when you're getting into networking. Quick poll, if you can put in the chat, if you are an extrovert, put an E. If you're an introvert, put an I. And maybe if you're a combination of both, you could put an A for ambivert. It's funny that all of these are vowels. All right, we've got an extrovert, Kristina. Nice. Okay, leaning towards introvert, Ashley. All right, anyone else? I'm sure we have a mix of people on here, and I will try to give you some tips as we go through some of the items here. Okay, so preparing for an event. It's way more, I find that the preparation and the post, the follow-up, that takes up most of the time. The event is just one small section of the whole process. I like to have a goal in mind. Okay, let's say I'm going to be networking at my referral roundup event. What is my goal? And some people like to use SMART goals. Pop quiz, does anybody know what SMART stands for from corporate? SMART. Anybody? Specific? Yup. Yes. Measurable? Yes. A? Achievable? Oh, we're good. R would be realistic. And T is time bound. For example, here is a SMART goal that you could set. I will have a 5-minute conversation with 2 attendees and connect with them on LinkedIn. It's measurable. It meets all of those requirements for a SMART goal. If you don't want to use a SMART goal, there's an alternative way called the 333 method. You can meet 3 people, have a 3-minute conversation with each, and then identify 3 follow-up opportunities. So there's another approach to networking. Quality is more important than quantity, in my opinion. Less is more, just like the toilet paper, as Charmin would say, of course. I don't get paid here by Charmin. I'm just throwing out just a tip for you. Just the tip. You can also think of networking events like going to the casino. There's the casino analogy. So you can go in with a set limit of how much social currency you're willing to invest. And this is really good for introverts. Maybe it's 3 meaningful conversations before you cash out and go hit the bar or leave the event. For extroverts, maybe it's talking to no more than 10 people so you can actually remember people's names. That's me. I'm an extrovert. I tend to try to meet everybody in the room. So just use an approach that resonates with you, that you feel aligned to, and it'll feel much more natural. Also, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a pre-event checklist. 1, please RSVP. Those hosts that put these events on, it's so important for us to know who's coming. It makes us feel better, and it's just polite. Another thing that I always like to do is make sure that my LinkedIn app is ready to go. I don't need business cards. I can just connect with people on LinkedIn when I'm at the event. If you want to know more about that, happy to do that if there's time at the end and show you how to pull it up on your phone. Another thing is, okay, think about the event you're going to. What message or what is your pitch? What do you want to tell people when you're there? Do you have something coming up where you want to promote an event, a program? You want to tell people about a referral opportunity? Just customize it for each event so that or if you meet somebody who might be a lead, be prepared with that pitch versus somebody who might just be a referral and not a good client. So kind of have a couple things ready. And it doesn't have to be verbatim either. We don't want it sounding like an automated voicemail. Try to use layman's terms. So people like me with a sixth grade reading level could maybe understand it. If I go to an event and I hear someone say, I'm a synergistic cross-platform solution architect with scalable integration capabilities. I can't even talk. Nobody wants to hear that. I don't know what that means. Just simply say, I help companies fix their computer problems and we can all move on with our lives. How about that? I also like to do a little bit of recon. I want to find out, is there an online registration where I can see the list of attendees? Do I know who's going to be speaking at the event? I want to connect with as many people in advance before I even step in the room. I want to know on social who's already talking about that event that I'm going to. Maybe there's social posts out there that I can comment on. I can connect with those people. I also want to reach out to the host. If you are going to an event and you are not going to know anybody, reach out to the host and say, this is what I'm doing. Do you know of anyone that would be a good connection for me when I get there? And then when you arrive, you've already connected with that host, and then they could point out people in the room for you to meet. And when I say in the room, it could be virtual. You just want to know at least one person because it's better. And then another thing that I do, because I'm not the person to dress up, if I'm going to be going to a country club that has, an attire of rules, you have to wear a collared shirt, then I want to make sure that I'm meeting the bare minimum requirements of dressing up, but still being me. I want to show up with jeans and sneakers and looking like the tomboy I am. So don't sacrifice who you are, but still do as much to blend into that venue or vicinity. All right, during the event. So that's all beforehand. There's a lot you can do. During the event, what you want to do is have the right attitude, first of all. You might be feeling a little anxious. Maybe there's a flutter in your stomach. You're like, oh, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't feel like it. Hey, introverts, if you can find an extrovert who is, chances are they're at the middle of the room, find one of them that you can buddy up with and have them introduce people to you. There's always a connector in the room somewhere. So find those people that look like they're comfortable and pair up with them. One thing, as I mentioned, I am not the biggest fan of speaking, but I do it to get outside of my comfort zone. I like to have an alter ego. So when I know that I'm going to be speaking, I have an alter ego, and her name is Amy Faye. She's a mix between Amy Poehler and Tina Fey. And I think that I'm her. So I don't know if you've heard of, is it Beyonce that has Sasha somebody? I can't think of the last name. If anybody can think of it, put it in the chat. Sasha, I don't know. But anyway, Beyonce has an alter ego. So I embrace Amy Faye when I'm in front of a group of people. If I need a shot of confidence, Sasha Fierce, thank you. Oh, I wasn't going to get that. But I like to think, okay, why am I at this event? Who am I going to be when I'm showing up? I want to be intentional. I want to be a giver. I want to serve people. This isn't about me showing up. And sometimes you get in your head like, oh, I need to sell some stuff. Oh, what am I going to say? Ask what people need. Give first, and you'll feel a lot better. And I think even the conversations will be more natural for you. And like I said, extroverts tend to be in the middle of the room. Extroverts like to stay on the outskirts, like high school in the gym, at the dance. If you're an introvert, you can go to the outside of the room to talk to those introverts, and then you'll feel more at home. Remember your goal. Otherwise, you'll end up like me at a buffet, trying to sample everything and leaving with a stomach ache and a little regret. It happens. Be aware of your body language. Decide how you want to interact with people before you get there even. Okay, am I going to fist bump? Am I going to be like, pew, pew, hey, Joe, ding? Are you going to do a high five? Are you a hugger? Just read the social cues when you get in a room. And then If you are using business cards, I'm not against business cards at all. I just try to use the app, the LinkedIn app. But with business cards, I recommend don't give one unless they asked for one. I only give one out if people ask. I try not to, or if I ask somebody, I take it. So I just think that permission, because not everybody, if you feel like you're getting forced, here's my business card, it just feels like less authentic to me. And the last thing I like to do is I like to have a drink in my hand. When I'm in person, it could be water. It doesn't have to be alcoholic, but I just feel like, okay, I'm social. I got something in my hand and I can talk, and then I just don't feel like awkward with my hands. And you can hold a phone in your hand, but man, if somebody shows me 50 pictures of their vacation, I'm out of there. That is a no bueno, no bueno. And then just if you find somebody that you have really good vibes with, make sure you schedule a call on the spot. Find another time right away to connect with them and follow up, because this is either a good lead, a good referral, like this is just somebody you vibe with. So I would just highly recommend doing that. A lot of people get flustered with, what do I talk about? What do I say in these events? I don't want to feel salesy. And sometimes it's really about how you interact. You can still add value, or not volume, you can still add value to interactions by just showing enthusiasm. If you see somebody that you noticed on LinkedIn just received an award for something, go over and congratulate them and focus on them and their achievements. Oh my gosh, I saw this. Congratulations. It's wonderful. People will love that if you can build a rapport through something of that nature. One of the phrases I hate is, what do you do? Oh, I hate that. I would rather talk about what I ate for breakfast than talk about what do I do, because it's so vague, it's awkward. You're really not listening to anything the person says when you ask it. You're just like, I can't even remember your name. You're talking, okay, what am I going to say next? So you don't have to talk about business right away. I always like to mirror the other person's language. If they tell a dirty joke or drop an F-bomb, game on. I am all in. I know that I can vibe with that person and tell them something funny or something about the Coldplay concert. Who hasn't seen a meme about that recently? The other thing is, if you notice something about what they're wearing, like a necklace or a pin, or if they have a cool tattoo, ask them about it. People love talking about their tattoos for the most part. I've had ex-boyfriends that don't, but that's a whole other story. Where did you get that tattoo? Or tell me what the meaning is behind it. So there's so many other ways that you can talk to people without having to talk business right away. It's like being on a first date. You don't want to ask them to marry you right away. I hope not. If it's a reality TV show, maybe. But I like to talk about quick trips because the gas stations in my area, and I'm a big fan. I'll eat fried chicken in the parking lot and tell you how I can find a guy, find the single guys in there. But anyway, I know I'm getting low on time here. One thing about authenticity. So I just want to tell you a quick story. I went to a networking event probably in 2022, or maybe it was 21. I talked to a local banker. And a banker, it's good to know bankers. I didn't feel like she was going to sell me anything. I wasn't going to sell anything to her. But we just got to talking, and I was telling her about a trip I took with my dad out west, and how every time we left the hotel, before we left, I noticed that he threw away a pair of underwear. And so I was telling her about that and how my dad never took his dirty underwear with him, which is smart if you think about it. And I like saw them in the garden. She remembered that 2 years later, she ran into me and she's like, oh my God, Susie, I love that story. How is your dad doing? And it was such a message that stuck with her. I was memorable. And didn't have anything to do with business, but it was something that I could tell and share and have just a fun story to talk about. And I'm sure you didn't want to hear about my dad's underwear, but you're welcome. Okay. Okay, so we're done with the event. You did all the things, you set your goals. What I like to do is have a follow-up email ready, like in either templated in my inbox, whatever I need to send out, have it ready to go so you can personalize it. But the fortune really is in the follow-up. So some ideas to help you nurture those relationships. For instance, something that you were talking about, like the banker saying, "Oh, how's your dad doing?" That really meant the world to me that she remembered. Were you talking about quick trips, the fried chicken, and, do you like dark or white meat? Could you send that person an article about quick trip? Could you follow up with something that is around that topic that you talked about? Find out what that person really is into. Is it anime? Is it carnivals? Is it plumbing? Who knows? Can you find something for that person that might be helpful? Is there a podcast episode that you could share that, "Oh my gosh, I thought about you. I was thinking about you and wanted to share this," kind of thing. So just staying in touch, water the plants. Things are going to grow. It's just like relationships. The more you nurture, the better it's going to be, or aging like fine wines. Whew, I'm tongue-tied today. So anyway, I hope some of these tips were helpful, not just a repeat of everything you've done before. Justyna, you ask, what is the best answer? What do you do? I just like to say, how do you help people? Or what is one thing that you are looking to do this year? What's on your goal list? What's your dream goal that you would like to accomplish? I want to dig into their personality, their drive. I want to see if they have the same entrepreneurial fire as me, so that I know that we'll be besties going forward. So those are the relationships I'm looking for. I guess it is like dating. If you see red flags, you're gone. Sorry. If you're living with your mother, not the best fit for me right now. Any other questions that I may have missed? Are we good? Any other questions about networking, tips, anything I can help with? No? Okay. Awesome. Oh, and then I invite you, if you'd like to talk more, I have a free call on my page. I don't know if Justyna will put that in the chat, but feel free to grab one. I think my next availability is like mid to late August. It gets filled up because I network so much. Yes, but I love when we're on the call. I want to find out about who your referral partners are, who you're looking to meet. Chances are we'll have somebody that I can connect you to based on what you do. What else? Any other? Oh. Oh, best remember people afterwards. That is one reason why I like to connect on LinkedIn. If I can pull up their profile, and even you can personalize the message to the person you're connecting with, then I'll write the exact location or whatever event we were at. "Hey, we met here. Let's stay connected." And then I send them that request. They accept it. And then I can go back to my LinkedIn messages and think, "Oh, I met him there. And now I remember." But putting a picture with the place that you met them, and they'll appear at the highest when in your networking connections on LinkedIn, they'll appear at the top if you're looking at the most recent connections. Does that help? Or figure out something quirky about them. Her dad throws away his dirty underwear. Oh, that's Susie. Or she likes to tell dirty jokes. Yeah. So that's it in a nutshell.
Wow.
Thanks.
You make it sound, I feel like you're like a natural. I don't know, like when you say read the room, I wonder if I do it well enough. I just think you have such a natural, or do you think it's a skill?
I think it's a skill. Like I said, it's like sex. You get better each time.
That's true. Thank you for saying that. You're right. You're right. I feel like I
Yeah.
am getting better each
Yeah.
time. That's really good. I like
And
the drink thing too.
you're going to have ones that or events that just don't feel right. You're not ready for it. You're not in the mood. Just listen to your gut and don't put so much pressure on yourself to have to walk out with, "I need 3 leads." Just have conversations. And by connecting with people before and then afterward, it feels more natural. And then get Elaine's system for follow-up with the automation.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, right. Because
That's
sometimes
the
I go to
magic.
this, yeah, I go to networking meetings and I meet these people, but then I am like, oh my gosh, I'm so overwhelmed because now I have all these and keeping it straight. And but I know that people who do send me a quick note after the event, especially when it's something specific that we talked about or they heard from me, it's so much more, I'm much more likely to reply or reach out to them
Yeah.
than those obviously who don't, or those who just do a very generic, oh, nice meeting yesterday. I think that's it, the being really specific. And do you walk around with a note or is it all in your brain what you talk about?
It depends. I usually don't write things down unless I need to introduce them to somebody, then I'll take a note on my phone. But yeah, I'm trying to be better about not talking to as many people and going deeper. But
Oh, okay.
it's,
That's right.
yeah. I do when I'm online though, for online events. In this case, I would take a screenshot of everybody on the call and I would try connecting with them either during, hey, we're both on this event. Let's connect here and stay connected. And so I had a written document of who I connected with and where I met them.
I know, because like every month you post, this is people I connected with, and I see a whole list of people tagged. I'm like, I don't think I would even, I don't have it documented. So you actually keep a list of who you connected with.
Yeah, well, it's in my CRM. I try to get people on my calendar. So
Okay.
afterward, 2 days after they meet with me, they're getting a blurb. Hey, it was great meeting you. Here's how to refer me. Here's what I'm looking for. And then people are like, oh my gosh, this is so helpful. I know a few people. And then they're reaching out to introduce people to me. So
I'm starting to put all like what you said, what Elaine said, what Kristina and what everyone said together, because yes, following up, number one, and following up in such a way that it works, but also not just following up in a way, oh, nice talking to you, yes, so and so, but also I love that you present them with a quick and easy way to refer people to you, right? Because you were just upfront about it. So it's almost like selling yourself, but not really. It's making it easy for them to refer you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, definitely. And if I were to introduce somebody to someone else, if I don't have the words in front of me to use, I'm going to get stuck and I'm not going to introduce them. So it just makes the process so much easier to start that introduction.
Yes, yes. Do you teach that only in a master class or just for your clients?
No, I talk about it on things like this.
Yes, that's true. Yes, I'm so glad. So everyone, if you have not gotten the replay, grab a VIP to include Susie's because I know there's so many nuggets. I want to go back and watch it. That was really, really good. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And Susie is the queen connector. I swear. She referred me to several speakers as well and connects. So if you just know Susie, be in her world, you'll be connected. I promise you that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susie. All right. Thank you, everyone. Day one of the Next Level Entrepreneur was amazing. We will be live again tomorrow on Wednesday, July 30th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. CST and on Thursday. I'm sorry. On Thursday. So 2 more days of amazing speakers. We have more leadership mindset. We have AI specialists. We have dream teams, delegation, operations, and a lot of good marketing and business strategies. So tune in. If you can't tune in again, we'll have the VIP link in here just in case you can't. But I appreciate you joining me today. It's been a real privilege connecting with you all, and I hope you enjoyed it too. I know speakers would love some feedback and aha moments. So whether you're watching replay or watching us live, feel free to even reply to my email and I'll forward it to them, or even better yet, click on their page, connect with them, get their freebies so that you can stay in their line if you're not ready to work. And if you are ready to work with them, every speaker has a free gift and a special offer. So connect and get to go to our next level. Thank you.